Good day, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, open forum political discussion show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, the country was woken up to the news of the demise of the former IEBC chair, Wafula Chebukati. And Kenyans have mixed responses, different reactions as usual. And of course, some of them out of the norm. We'll be looking at why would that be the case when somebody is a public servant and he has done his service faithfully. Will he have an acrimonious departure from the face of the earth or mixed responses? To say the least, some Kenyans are not just, condoling with the family, but they are in a celebratory mode by reason of the pronouncement of the death of Wafula Chebukati, the former IEBC chair. Why is this the case? We'll be diving into the same as a lesson to us who are remaining, because when somebody dies, whatever he leaves behind is a lesson for those who are yet to die. And so if you are a civil servant, you are aspiring chair of IEBC or whatever capacity you want to serve your nation in, what will be your mourning day? The world was, stunned by the love of the Tanzanian people to their late President Magufuli, that the whole nation was in a mourning mode. What is the difference between the death of Pombe Magufuli and that of Wafula Chebukati? We'll be looking into all that. Karibu kwa show. Naomba tafadhali karibisha mtu tunapoangazia masuala haya. And then, of course, Kenya with its surprises. Mysterious fire at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. This is unexplainable, although the airport authority has given a statement on the same. We'll also be looking into that statement and see what is this about fires at the airport. I mean, and the fire has not just been, lasted like an hour or two. It is like it's persisting. What is this about the airport? Now, this is in the backdrop of rumors and stories about somebody being determined to see to it that there will be a new contract for the reconstruction of the airport. Is this part of the scheme or what? I'm sure you've heard of those rumors about the bombing of the airport so that the construction can be enhanced. Now, those are just rumors, unconfirmed stories. I don't know what's your take on the same, but these fires are inexplainable and, of course, unnecessary at the moment. I don't know what is going on with our country. While that is going on, Anton Muiraria, the Archbishop of Nyeri Diocese, is on the neck of William Ruto. She is demanding 2.4 billion that is owed to the government through the faith-based hospitals that offered service to Kenyans under the NHF scheme that the government is dilly-dallying to pay, yet demanding that everybody should register under SHA. While that is going on, the SHA system will soon probably face the highest crisis, as over 600 private hospitals and faith-based hospitals are downing their commitment to the same starting this Monday. And so like every other thing that has fallen apart that Ruto started, even SHA, she, sho, shu, is coming to an end unceremoniously. What is your take on the same? Karibu kila mmoja, naomba tafadhali makinika kukaribisha mtu. Link ya kutumia kuingia studio ndio hii. Naomba tafadhali wale ambao mnaingia studio tuwahi mapema. Leo ni lini? Lazima tujiandae mapema kwenda ibada. Kwa hivyo tunakuomba wahi mapema, sema ya kwako, ukasikike, kisha tukang'atuke kwa pamoja. Na kuomba tafadhali, kama una maoni yako, toa rambirambi zako kwa Wafula Chebukati ama salamu zako kwa wale waliomtangulia. Wafula Chebukati ametumwa amsalimie Msando. It's not a laughing matter, but hiyo ndio Wakenya, okay? Wakenya wamesema asalimie Msando na asalimie wote waliomtangulia, na ajue kwamba akitumika atumike ipasavyo. So kuna ile hali ambayo unaweza kuishi ukatumika, lakini kuondoka kwako kutakuwa kwa hali ambayo ni safi, kwa sababu ya uchungu ambao unasababisha katika mioyo ya wengi. Kwa hivyo nakuomba tukue mstari wa mbele tukiangazia masuala haya, tujifunze. All lessons, especially for departed people, are lessons to us. We need to learn, us who live and remain. What kind of exit will we have from the planet Earth? Are we going to spark off celebrations, or there's going to be proper mourning and of course celebration of your life? Let's engage, and please ensure that you do your part even as we start out. Okay, let's start with that fire story before we switch to Wafula Chebukati and his demise. Here we go.
Meanwhile, reports just reaching our newsroom says that the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport is currently on fire. Huge grassland is said to be on fire, whose cause is still unknown. Airport authorities say the fire has not affected landing and departures of flights. And there we have some of the pictures right there. Earlier on, the Kenya Airports Authority communicated on their X account, and they say that emergency response teams are on site battling a grassland fire inside JKIA along Airport North Road in Nairobi County, and they say that efforts are underway to contain the blaze and prevent further spread. Planes are landing and taking off. There is no cause of alarm. The fire is only gutting the grass, and that is the status of JKIA, where we have a fire on the grasslands, and this is towards 75 Airport North Road near Taj Mahal, and the Kenya Airports Authority that is tasked with managing Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. They say that emergency response team are on site battling this fire, and they say that operations have not been affected. Planes are still landing and taking off, and we shouldn't be alarmed. The fire is only focusing on the grass. That is what they tell us, and those are some of the pictures that we're seeing right there ongoing at the JKIA battling fire. All right.
KTN, Kilifi County.
All right, now there is this JKIA situation, and the fire continues to hit the grasslands. We have our reporter Okumu Modachi, who is at the ground right now. Modachi, first of all, how close is this fire to the runway? Because we hear JKIA and we're wondering, is the runway burning or is it very far? And secondly, have we established the cause of this particular fire? Modachi.
Well, no, just the opportunity is that fire has broke out at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Currently, I'm stationed, I'm at the Outering Road entrance, where I'm able to see the grassland that is towards the 75 North Road in Nairobi. And there are still flames of fire burning in the area, and authorities have already spoken to the Standard, saying that that is the Kenya Airport Authority official, saying that the fire was only consuming the grass at the airport, and currently there is no cause for alarm. And planes, in a statement, it said planes are landing and taking off. There is no cause for alarm, and the fire is only gutting the grass. That is an information from Grace Adhiambo of KAA. However, earlier on, we were able to see fire consuming a greater part of the grassland of JKIA, that is near Taj Mall. And currently, tankers, that is the police tankers and fire extinguishers, that is from Nairobi County and Kenya Red Cross, are already on site just to ensure that they contain the situation and that there is no danger at this hour. A statement from the Kenya Red Cross that was posted earlier on Twitter or from currently X said that emergency response team has been activated on site, battling a grassland fire inside JKIA along Airport North Road, Nairobi. And they are saying that they have further said that efforts are underway to contain the blaze and prevent a further spread. Noah, currently I'm able to say police officers from where I am. If you can see live pictures, there are police officers around this place, that is Outer Ring Road entrance, that is always not being used for services at JKIA. Noah, that is the current update that we have so far as the fire breakout is concerned, and we are keeping tabs on what may come up from this inferno. Back to your studio.
All right, thank you very much, Okumu Modachi, with an update on what is happening at JKIA, and they're trying to contain that fire that has hit the grassland, and already we have the necessary response on the ground to make sure that everything is well. But they say operations as usual at the airport, planes are landing and taking off, so we shouldn't be too worried in that regard. But now to tech.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is how the situation is at JKIA, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. The grassland, that is the bare grass that, of course, is within the framework of the airport, is the one that is on fire, and the firefighters are on top of the job trying to contain the same. But questions still arise. The fire is mysterious. How did it start, and why was it not contained before it spread to that level? What is this about our crisis management operations that is so complicated that we let something like this last this long? And of course, we still want to talk about the same situation. Are we as a country improving, or, gaining steps backward, for lack of a better word? Are we indeed on top of anything? Like a simple fire like this now, becomes a crisis, and the whole world now witnesses that our airport is on fire. I don't know what is your take. Karibu kila moja. Nashukuru mami, na kuona hali vipi?
Poa sana Penat.
Karibu, moto ndio huo umewaka.
Yeah, pena ni pepirwar na watu wenye wanakuwa na ng'ombe wanachoma nyasi kwa sababu wanataka nyasi mpya itokee. Sasa mimi sikujua kumbe JKIA wanatuambia ni nyasi tu. Hiyo si sababu ya wangeweza kuambia Wakenya ama wenye wanasema ni nyasi tu. Mahali kama airport ni mahali sensitive, moto pia, na hii chua, sijui Kenya muko aje, kwetu huku ni baridi, na saa zingine upepo ikipeleka, ikichoma ni ngumu kucontain. So Penat, maybe wanataka kuchoma mahali ndiye, unajua Kenya ni ya biashara, ama kuna vitu inaingia pia. Attention, unajua mambo ni mingi. So mambo ya airport nikiwachana, naona tena the breaking news. I don't know, Bernard, I don't know how to say it. Sidhani kama kuna kusema condolence kwa nani, kwa Chebukati. Aki, unajua Bernard, Chebukati amelipa na alikuwa arrogant. Alisema ako ready kwa chochote. My worry is, hata nimesikia kwa comment section, hata Hassan, anaitwa Hassan ama anaitwa Hassan what?
Isaac Hassan.
Isaac Hassan, nasikia ako kwa wheelchair. So yake ni afadhali. Nafikiri ni vile alitumuliwa ama election yake ilikuwa ate ndiye inakuwa yake si mbaya sana mpaka akawekwa ako kwa wheelchair. But the story of Kifuitu na ya Chebukati ngawa wajatuonyesha, lakini kuna wakati tuliona hiyo picha hakukuwa anakaa vizuri Penat. But pesa ya sijui wanapromisiwa wapatiwe pesa alafu inarutishwa ama kuna kuanga aje. Nafikiri Penat ukilipwa bilioni so money you eat a round of the, lakini mudomo ya watu. I watched that na nikaona pipi ya Musando, nikaona mama yake and a lot of Kenyans. Ingawa sisi wa Kenya wanasahau. Mwenye atakucha, kwa sababu lazima tukue na chairman ya IPC. Lazima tuwe na commissioners. But for me still, ingawa Chebukati ameenda, na kwa nini wenye wanaipia kura tu ndio wanaenda na wenye wanaipiwa hawaendi? Kwa hivyo Mungu naye inakuta mwenye alitenda. So kwa sababu kama nimekuipia Penat, nilikuwa nafikiria sisi wawili ndiye tuko na deni. Lakini nilikuwa naona kwetu wanasema mkienda kuwinda swara akiwa amejificha kwa nyasi yake, na wewe urushe hiyo rungu ukaamusha swara, akiuawa kwa sababu tulikuwa wawili ya kukimbisha, ama ule amemuua ajali huyo, anasema mwenye aliniamusha kwa nyumba yangu nilikuwa nimejificha. Wewe ndiye ulitupa hiyo rungu ndiye nikapatikana. So wewe huyo ndiye anakuanga anabeba dhambi. So mimi nimeangalia hiyo kwa sababu hiyo ya swara ni kama story kwetu. Watoto wanaambiwa. Lakini nimekuja kuona inaweza kuwa ni ukweli. Kwa sababu anasema swara, anasema nilikuwa nimejificha kwa nyasi. Wewe sasa ulikuja ukanistua ndiye nikachomoka. Nikauawa. Sasa hakuuliza mwenye alimuua. Alilaumu ule alimutoa mahali amejificha. So Chebukati yeye ndiye alikuwa, na kwa sababu alikuwa na commissioners wawili na Marchan. Mimi nakufa na Marchan hiyo secretary general hiyo. huyo ndiye angekuwa, lakini sasa ni kumaanisha wenye wanatenda, mwenye unapepa tambi ni mwenye unatangaza, kwa sababu inatoka kwa ulimi yako. Lakini wale wamekufanyia mtihani, wamekusaidia kuipa, wamekuchorea, wanakupatia, wewe ndio unapepa na unaapa Biblia na unasemama mbele ya mabilioni ya watu. Mdomo ya watu ikikuja aioni yule kuongea. So inakuta ule alisema. So Chebukati in 2 years, lakini aliipa election 2. Sasa sijui kwa nini ya kwanza angekuwa amepatikana, but enyewe umesema aenda asalamie Musando, kina Baby Bendwa, ile watoto sidhani mahali anaenda atakuwa na amani, ngawa hatujui yake. Nafikiri anakutana na kiboko, anarutishwa yake. Ni wale wa soul sile inasemekana aiendange, inarutingi ikilia, kwa sababu celebration ni uchungu. Lakini na mimi naona familia, naona ati wanalia. Unajua bibi yake siku ile ya kwanza alisema, kabla election itangazwe, mama alisema huyu Musa ameniletea tabu. And that was the time angemwambia bwana yake, sitaki tambi kwa watoto yangu. Alisema tu na sijui anafaanga kofia ya kanisa ama ni kofia ile style ya wamama wanakuanga na so anyway, wacha Chebukati alale, lakini iwe ni funzo kwa wengine. Kama unaenda kuipiana penat, mwenye anakuambia uniipie akutwi. Mwenye wanachokora kartasi. Sasa kuna mtu aliuliza, alienda na 34A ama 34C. So iko mambo anyway.
So mami, shikilia hapo, tutakuja. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very interesting. Umesoma hii ya Simba. Omar Said anasema Wakenya wabaya, wanasema Chebukati avalishwe ballot box. So siku ya kuzikwa kama vile mwanajeshi anavalishwanga nguo za jeshi, Chebukati avalishwe ballot box, mambo yaishe. Well, as we continue to engage, please karibisha mtu, piga kura yako, like video, then of course participate in the show. Thank you so much for being here. Let's get this video and then we continue the conversation. Kama unakuja studio, link iko kwa comment section, tafadhali itumie. Tuni our PS anasema wako na blackout. Vumilia, hii ndio Kenya. Wamezima, labda mazima moto wameenda na stima. So poleni kuko, but many things are happening so fast. Well, let's look at this other story as we look into the aspect of the demise of Wafula Chebukati and his accomplishment. Remember, he was praised by William Ruto. William Ruto described him as the hero of the 2022 elections. Was he indeed a hero? How come he got into the IEBC when it was in shambles and he left no one there when he was leaving? Is that what leadership is? That you get into the IEBC, it had no commissioners, you remain, and then the new commissioners that come and find you in office, you chase them before you expire in the office. To me, it's a fault that is hanging on Chebukati's head even now, because leadership is not about destroying the institution, but improving the institution and making the institution function in posterity. That we cannot tell on Wafula Chebukati. He looks like an opportunist that got into the IEBC to make the money. He made the money, and left. And now the money seems not to be following him. Let's hear his story as we continue to engage.
Now, the immediate former chairman of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, Wafula Wanyonyi Chebukati, has died, aged 63. Chebukati, who adjudicated over 3 presidential elections during his 5-year tenure at the commission, goes down in history as the IEBC chairman who assumed office without any commissioners and left it without as such when his tenure expired. NTV's senior reporter Duncan Haemba brings us the life and times of Chebukati at the helm of the electoral body.
Wafula Wanyonyi Chebukati, a man of few words, soft-spoken but firm, decisive and resolute.
I, Wanyonyi Wafula Chebukati, having been appointed chairperson.
Appointed in January 2017 as the second chairperson of the Independent and Electoral Boundaries Commission, IEBC, after promulgation of the 2010 Constitution, Chebukati went ahead to become the first chairperson to successfully complete a term in office at the poll agency, succeeding where others failed, including the defunct Electoral Commission of Kenya. During his tenure, the immediate former IEBC chief presided over 3 elections, being the August 8, 2017 general election, October 26, 2017 repeat presidential election, and the last being the August 9, 2022, which ended on a stormy and chaotic note at the Bomas of Kenya. For his first year in office, being the historic 2017 general election, it was purely baptism by fire for a man who had mastered the art of saying less and remaining almost obscure. A few days to that election, his ICT manager Chris Msando was kidnapped and murdered in cold blood by unknown assailants. His body was discovered a few days later in a thicket in Kikuyu. It was said Msando's murder was in relation to the general election. So bad was the situation that Msando was buried without any member of the IEBC top brass attending. That was the first election he was managing, having been in office for only 8 months.
The commission, in accordance with Section 4.
On 11th of August 2017, the day he attempted to announce the results from the National Tallying Center at the Bomas of Kenya, National Super Alliance officials scuttled the plans that afternoon. But the determined chairman still went ahead and announced Jubilee candidate President Uhuru Kenyatta as the winner that evening, sparking protests in opposition zones. The presidential election results were eventually nullified on 1st September 2017 by the Supreme Court of Kenya, following a successful petition filed by NASA presidential candidate Raila Odinga.
A declaration is hereby issued that the presidential election held on 8th August 2017 was not conducted in accordance with the Constitution and the applicable law, rendering the declared results invalid, null, and void.
The Supreme Court ordered a repeat election, whose date was announced to be October 26, 2017. As a consequence, no-nonsense Chebukati cracked the whip by issuing an explosive memo to then Chief Executive Officer Ezra Chiloba demanding an explanation on what went wrong in the August election. A few days to the repeat election, Commissioner Rosalina Kombe, who had been dispatched by Chebukati to supervise shipping of ballot papers from Dubai, resigned as soon as her flight lifted up from Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. They remained 6 commissioners. In April 2018, he suspended CEO Chiloba, sparking a major split in the commission. 3 other commissioners, being his vice chairperson Consolata Maina, Paul Kurgat, and Margaret Mwachanya also resigned, leaving Chebukati with only 2 commissioners. But he still remained unfazed, unwavered, unshaken, as he continued captaining the wrecking ship in turbulent waters.
Given this severe deterioration of confidence in the Commission Chair, we find our position as commissioners under his leadership no longer tenable. Consequently, we regret to announce our resignation from the Commission with immediately effect.
He was flanked by only 2 commissioners, being Professor Abdi Gulie and Boya Molu. A few months to the August 9th, 2022 general election, 4 commissioners, Juliana Cherera, Justus Nyangaya, Irene Masit, and Francis Wanderi, were appointed to fill the vacant positions. However, the 4 dramatically distanced themselves from Chebukati as he prepared to announce the 2022 presidential election results. The 4 addressed the media at Serena Hotel, Nairobi, disowning the results, as Chebukati made the announcement at the Bomas of Kenya. Once again, the poll agency boss was left with his loyal disciples, Abdi Gulie and Boya Molu, as chaos reigned at the Bomas of Kenya. Azimio One Kenya Alliance disputed the results. The IEBC was once again fractured, and when he completed his term, there was no single commissioner left, leaving IEBC the way he found it, empty. Wafula Chebukati, a lawyer by profession with nearly 40 years' experience, operated his sole proprietor law firm for 20 years, and later in 2006 founded a Nairobi-based partnership law firm, Kuto and Associates Advocates, before resigning on 17th January 2017 to roll up his sleeves and take up the IEBC job. In the 2017 general election, he contested for the Saboti parliamentary seat on an ODM party ticket, finishing second. On 12th December 2022, the former IEBC chairman was awarded Elder of the Order of the Golden Heart, EGH, by President William Ruto, Kenya's second highest award given to a civilian by the President of Kenya for his knowledge and wisdom. Duncan Haimba, NTV.
The life and times of the former IEBC chair, Wafula Chebukati, who served a 6-year tenure at the commission and not 5 years, as earlier reported.
Okay, mambo ni kama hayo. Wafula Chebukati ameng'atuka na Wakenya wana majibu tofauti kulingana na hiyo. Labda kabla nimlete bwana George, kuna nani huyu? Douglas anasema tuwasamehe wafu. Tuwasamehe wafu. Basi waambie waombe msamaha. Inaonekana wewe ndio mediator kati ya wafu na walio hai. Basi waambie waombe msamaha, tutawasamehe. Asante. Bwana George, hali vipi?
Anasamea pena, si binadamu. Tunaambiwa unapepa msalaba wako. Unasema nini? Unapepa msalaba yako mwenyewe. Hata bibi yako hawezi kukuombea msamaha ama mtoto. So kwa kifo ni wewe mwenyewe na dhambi yako na usuri yako na Mungu yako.
Sawa. Asante. Okay, George, karibu.
Habari Bernard.
Niko salama, karibu.
Siku nyingi kweli.
Ulitoroka moto.
Wapi?
Inaonekana wa Jomo Kenyatta labda.
Hapana, nilibadilisha platform kidogo. Na huwa nakusikiza kwa ile channel nyingine ya nini ya TikTok Nimekuwa huko nikasikia mada ya Chebukati. Mama Selina, ujambo? sitakuwa na mengi ya kusema, manake yamesemwa mengi, yametendeka mengi, lakini wale ambao wanataka kushikilia tume yetu ya uchaguzi lazima wajifunze kutokana na haya ambayo yanatendeka. Wakiangalia kuanzia mwaka 2007 vile aliyekuwa yule chairman yule Kiwitu, yala alifanya, damu ikamwagika. Baadaye aliishia wapi? After like 1 year aliishia wapi? Alikufa kifo ambacho hakikuwa kizuri. Hata serikali yenyewe haikwenda kumsaidia hata kidogo. Tulisikia tu amepotea hivyo hivyo, akawa mgonjwa, tukasikia Kiwitu hayupo. Kakuja Isaka Hassan, ndio huyo, hata sijui siku hizi ako wapi, hatujui mahali alipo. Huwa nasikia tu ameparalyze. Sasa sijui kama ni ukweli aliparalyze ukweli ama yuko mzima, siwezi jua. Yale yametendeka 2022 na huyu jamaa wetu Chebukati. Immediately after hii uchaguzi huyu jamaa alipotea. So Wakenya wakaanza kuspeculate wakisema huyu jamaa amekufa. So ni kama kuna something that was going on ambayo hatukuweza kugundua. Mimi naona kifo ya huyu jamaa ni kama alipewa ile slow killing poison. So imekuwa ikinyonya tu pole pole. Hata news zikatokea wakasema Chebukati amekufa. Sema hapana, Chebukati hajakufa. Tunangoja tuone, hatuoni. Haya. Leo unajua kuna jamaa wangu hapo Nairobi amefanya jokes. Akaniambia, wewe, unajua huku tuna celebrate. Akaniuliza leo. Amenitumia message akaniuliza, unajua huku tuna celebrate? Namuuliza mna celebrate nini? Tunajua yule alimuita aje. Alisema, unajua yule nugu ameenda. Unajua yule nugu ameenda. Mimi nikamuuliza, nugu mgani? Anasema Chebukatneza. Si Chebukatneza ama Chebukatneza. Nikasema hapana. Hizi ni jokes ambazo za kawaida tumezoea, propaganda ya mitandao. Akasema hapana, ni ukweli, round hii imethibitishwa ni ukweli. So kitu naweza sema, wale ambao wanataka kuwania hizi nyadhifa katika tume yetu ya uchaguzi lazima wajifunze na kutokana na haya matukio ambayo yametokea tangu 2007. Mambo ilitokea kwa Kiwitu, ndio hii Isakaza na hata juu ya kwa wapi. Chebukati ndio huyo ameenda tu hivi 3 years, almost 3 years down the line, ndio huyo hayuko. So lazima wajifunze kusema ukweli. The moment mtu na step into that office, lazima ujue ya kwamba umeenda pale kutumikia wananchi na sio wanasiasa. Ni wananchi umeenda kutumikia, sio wanasiasa. Hao wanasiasa watakutumia, at long last mambo yako itaishia pale pale. So wajifunze. Tunangoja kuona nani atakuwa next. Na mimi najua round hii hicho kiti ni moto. Hakuna mwenye atataka kukanyaga, kwa hiyo hata uenda tutakata bila tume ya uchaguzi. Mimi nakwambia hakuna mtu atatamani kukalia hicho kiti. Maana the moment uchaguzi inaisha tu, wewe unaenda na hiyo uchaguzi. Hakuna mtu atawania. Ngoja watangaze nyadhifa waone kama kuna watu wata apply. Hakuna hata mmoja ata apply. I'm telling you. Hiyo siti ni moto.
Kitu tusha apply watu wengi tena. Naambia 1000 and what?
What? Siwache waende selection one. Wengi watakudraw. Hata mwenye atashinda ata resign the following day. Wewe ngoja uone, ata resign the following day kabla hajakaa kwa hiyo ofisi. Sawa, nafika hapo kwa sahi. Taendelea kuchangia.
Asante sana Bwana George. A great insight there, ladies and gentlemen. It is important to ukichukua public office, please make sure that you serve the public. Don't serve your godfathers and your godmothers at the expense of the public that you're supposed to serve. And then always understand kuna siku ya kung'atuka dunia na yale ambayo umetenda yatakufuata. Unaweza sherekewa ukiondoka ama unaweza kuliliwa wakati unaondoka. So what will be your exit? And your exit is as important as your entry. So don't live in such a way that you don't care. This I don't care will bring you to a place where you will be forced to care. Well, let's see how it goes. And of course, every Kenyan has his own view on this, but I believe it's important that we hold public servants to account, whether in life or in death. If somebody was a good example, we say he's a good example. If it was a bad example, we will say it was a bad example. Wafula Chebukati did not do what was required to do as a chair of IEBC, especially in the 2022 elections, when he had an opportunity to redeem himself from the faults of 2017, the two elections. Now that he decided to go the wrong way has earned him something that he will not live to tell, but his great-grandchildren will live to tell. There is this, of course, caption by Kenyans. Unajua Kenya, they don't disappoint. Hawa ni watu ambao wako mstari wa mbele. Let's see what they are saying here. It says, after announcing Kibaki as the winner, Kivitu lived 2 years and 7 months and 23 days. And he died. That is Kivitu. And then they are bringing out now Chebukati. Say, after announcing Ruto as winner, Chebukati lived 2 years, 7 months, and 22 days. Their deaths seem to have come from the same source or the same approach. Nani amezungumza kuhusu sumu? Hii sumu inaonekana iko timed for 2 years, 7 months and 20 something days. Ama kuna idadi?
Iko hivi.
Yes.
Mwenye atachukua next atakufa na 2 years, 7 months, 21 days. Unaweza predict?
Is it now a series?
Yes, you just subtract one day as we go. Until tumalize hizo 7 months na hizo 2 years.
Hey. Aya, let's go back to Mama. Mama, unasemaje mambo haya? 2 years, 7 months, 23 days. 2 years, 7 months, 22 days.
Yeah, Bernard, kulingana na dhambi wanafanya, ile nimeshukuru. Dhambi inasema siku hizi inakukuta mwenyewe. Unajua ni mbaya Bernard, kama unawachia watu msiko, unawachia watoto, unawachia pipi. Lakini sasa naye kama hao wako na hiyo pesa, hizo pesa itafuata tu. Ama unatipiwa na hiyo pesa mpaka inaisha. Unajua kupelekwa hiyo Germany, kupelekwa hiyo India, na huku kwa tajiri sana. Na ukiangalia picha ya Chebukati akiwa na baba yake ama sijui alikuwa na nani, huwezi amini ni ule commissioner alikuwa amejaa. Lakini chenye niliona leo ako na kijana, hiyo kijana wa Kenya wakimkuta bila kujua, wanaweza toroka wakifikiria Chebukati ameamuka. So mimi Bernard, mwenye anachukua kiti ya IEBC achiwe hiyo kiti iko na laana. Huwezi tesa watu. So ninaomba tu, kama kuna mtu anasikia, wanasema 1,000 wameomba kazi. Awe baba, awe mama, awe kijana, awe dada, tafadhali usiletewe ama usitupe rungu uamushwe swara aliyelala. Akienda kuwawa na watu njiani, hawezi lia mwenye ameua. Atalia mwenye alimuamusha. So wewe mwenye uliamusha watu ndio umeenda hivyo. Otherwise, hiyo mnahesabu. I hope mimi sitaki kuhesabu. Nataka mwenye anakuja amalize miaka na atangaze the right person, na kama hakuna ushindi, yeye aseme aseme yeye hawezi tangaza. Na ile nilikuwa nataka kuuliza Bernard, nimeona hiyo mapolisi JKIA, nauliza aje, that day who was in control? Because the JKIA was protecting Chebukati na Ruto. Nilikuwa nafikiria JKIA ilikuwa ya serikali, and serikali tulikuwa na rais. Hiyo maneno nimeona pale ICC, ukiangalia vizuri ni kama mtu alikuwa amepanga watu. So hata kama Chebukati wewe uliwacha watu ukaenda usiku ukachasa kikabu ukarudi, hiyo kikabu umekutana naye penalty. Hii ni ngumu, but we have to talk. Atufurahi, lakini ni uchungu. Ile shida tuko naye mpaka today. Kama Chebukati angetangaza ukweli, unajua hii penalty, patia the right person kiti aenda mess. Kama baba angepatiwa hiyo uongozi, si baba, kama Azimio wangepatiwa hiyo uongozi, alafu washindwe na kazi, wa Kenya awangelaumu mtu. Wangesema kama vile atupangwingwi waliamua kabisa wawezi pangwa, hata kama wameambiwa wanasema yes. Unajua ukiambia watu kuna hatari mbele, kuna vita, ama kuna simba, ama kuna nyoka imekaa kwa barabara, unakuwa kierere, unasema mpaka nione kwa macho yangu. So the Doubting Thomases walikataa kusikia mwito, ndio wanalia sahi. Kama mwenye anakuja, kama wa Kenya ukweli wamesema tunataka huyu kiwete yetu, wachia hawa kiwete yao. Wakisema tunataka huyu mama, patia hawa haki yao. Mwenye anapatiwa hiyo haki akishindwa, atakosa kitu la kuja kuambia. Lakini hii mambo ya kuipa penalty, Kenya Kwanza, they were not ready. Hawakujua watachukua serikali, so they were handed over, kitu yenye hata walishangaa. Wako na incitement, wanafurahi. Nao wakati wanafika office leo, mpaka Chebukati ameenda kama rais mwenye alimweka kiti, ajaichua Harambee House siko. Harambee House ni pahali pa kazi. Kama vile unaamuka asubuhi penalty, ukienda kanisa uwezi upiria watu kwa nyumba yako, na uwezi toka wafuasi watu ya kanisa wanatoka kwa mlango hii, na wewe penalty uko na mlango yako ya kando, na uko na ofisi yako kanisa, utokee mbele, uketi pale mbele, ndio wafuasi ama washiriki wa kuone. Hii ya Chebukati walitoka wote mbele. Sasa hata rais mwenye alipatiwa achaienda huko, ako utalii kwake huko, hiyo nyumba alipatiwa. Hata anaonyesha nyinyi wa Kenya, na mimi hiyo kazi yenu sijachukua, kwa sababu hakuna siku ameingia hiyo Harambee House. Na Harambee House ni office. Kenyatta alitumikia, Moi alitumikia, Kibaki alitumikia. Labda rais anajua nikienda hiyo kusema nilichaguliwa kuna kitu, ndiye anaepa. Huwezi jua pena. Acha ukichukua mtoto ya wenyewe, huwezi enda karibu na wasasi yake. Unaweza kuta hiyo mtoto anafanana na baba ama na mama. Wakusimamisha waseme na wewe ulipata mtoto lini? So nasema hivyo penalty.
Sawa mami, asante. Kuna umenikumbusha, kuna video moja nimetumiwa leo, jamaa mmoja ni shekhe wa Kiislamu anasema mtoto akizaliwa na fanana na mfanyikazi, wewe baba usilete matatizo, Mungu anaumba vile anavyotaka. Akitoka afanane na watchman, usilete vita nyumbani, Mungu anaumba vile anavyotaka. lakini kwangu kukizaliwa anayefanana na mtu mwingine ni huyo mtu naua.
Wase wanasema Bernard, wase wakale walikuwa naambia watu mtoto ukisikia mtoto unaambiwa amefanana na mchomba, ama bibi yako alikuwa anakaa chini alafu mtu akamruka mama akiwa na mimba, ajue hiyo maneno ni mbaya.
Sawa. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. Please, karibisha to 61 people viewing Sound Candy Talk Live, Sound Candy Talk YouTube channel, and then, of course, Sound Candy Talk Facebook page, as we also link on TikTok. Thank you for the likes on TikTok. Please, let's be on the forefront to share the video widely, get more people to engage, even as we look into our political situation in the country. Well, let's switch gears and look at what Bishop Anthony is demanding from the government, and of course, what that implicates and what needs to be done. What is this that is bringing the men of the cloth at loggerheads with the administration?
All right, now on to matters health. The Archbishop of Nyeri, Anthony Muheria, has sent an appeal to the government to pay monies owed to faith-based health facilities in Kenya, saying that delayed payment had negatively affected service delivery to Kenyans. At the same time, Muheria slammed the government for focusing on advertising its achievements at the expense of delivering what they promised Kenyans. Clement Misombo reports.
As the debate rages on about effective service delivery in the health sector and challenges facing the Social Health Authority, the Archbishop of Nyeri, Anthony Muheria, has come out to speak about the issue. He says delayed payment of funds owed to faith-based health institutions is crippling services at the institutions. Private hospitals and those run by religious organizations in Kenya have been facing financial crisis as a result of huge pending bills from the de facto NHIF and now Social Health Authority.
Then at the same time, we understand, and this is something which is mainly our concern, that in spite of the tremendous efforts we are trying to make to improve the health service delivery all over, and in this hospital in particular, we still continue very constrained by the reimbursements and payments from our NHIF that is now defunct, and from the SHA or SHA, which are supposed to be supporting us. Unfortunately, the systems are still not working.
Speaking on Friday at Consolata Madari Hospital in Nyeri during the launch of a new outpatient department wing and a maternity theatre, Muheria said Madari Hospital alone is owed over 250 million shillings, while all health facilities run by the Catholic Church in Kenya have claims of over 2.5 billion shillings.
We still have over 250 million owed to us by government. And this we've been for the last 4 years. We try, we cry, we appeal, we plead.
The sentiments by Muheria come at a time when the Association of Private Hospitals in Kenya have threatened to withdraw from SHA, citing non-committal response from the government to pay the debt. Rufus says they will suspend the services starting Monday.
We are declaring an indefinite suspension of Social Health Authority services due to unpaid arrears, NHIF arrears, and an unworkable outpatient reimbursement model.
Muheria has also criticized the government for focusing on advertising its achievements rather than paying close attention to the real issues affecting Kenyans.
We have to stop advertising and act. Government seems to be constrained to advertisement of government projects, advertisements of plans. Government is not advertising agency. It is an agency that implements actions. That's what we want to see.
Sentiments echoed by DAPK party leader Eugene Wamalwa, who called on President William Ruto's administration to focus on delivering its promises to Kenyans. Speaking in Bungoma on Friday, Wamalo said the Kenya Kwanza administration is spending huge amounts of money on advertising about its projects.
Ni ukweli ya kwamba serikali ya Bwana Ruto is very good in PR. Wamekuwa huku kwetu siku 6. Sio mbali na hapa. Ruto alikuja, nafikiri ilikuwa Lugulu hapa. Naamuni. Aka launch transformer hapa Webuye East. Na hata post na waya hatukuziona.
Clement Masombo, KTN.
All right, at this particular moment, Weekend Prime takes a short break.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, mambo ni kama hayo yanavyopambwa hapa Kenya. Bwana George, Archbishop amekataa tuache advertisement, tufanye kazi na madeni tulipe.
Yeah, inahuzunisha kwa sababu ukiangalia katika health service providers, mostly private hospitals, zinaonekana kama zina offer good services kwa nchi ya Kenya. Hiyo ni ukweli, hiyo sio jambo ambalo tunaweza dispute. Mimi niko na family, I know. There was a time nilikuwa naenda public hospitals na NHIF yenyewe, hiyo NHIF when it was still NHIF, unaenda unafanyiwa vipimo, ama kama ni mtoto anafanyiwa vipimo, unaenda lab unafanyiwa vipimo, ikifika ni kwa madawa the most important part unaambiwa nenda ukanunua hizi madawa. Sasa what was the reason of you choosing a public hospital in the name of ku service na NHIF? So ile jambo si jambo zuri sana, kwa sababu kama serikali yenyewe inashindwa kulipa madeni ambaye iko nayo kwa zile hospitali za kibinafsi, then inamaanisha hakuna mahali tunaenda kama nchi, because hizi hospitali za kibinafsi ndio huwa zina offer at least good services. Ukienda utapata madawa. In government hospitals mimi nashindwa, madawa huwa zinaenda wapi? Because hakuna mahali utaenda katika government hospital uambiwe dawa hii na cost hii pesa ndio hii tunakupea. Hapana, watakuandikia tu nenda ukanunue. Tena kwa ile pharmacy ambayo wanakutuma ni ya one of those nini wenye wako pale ndio wamefunga pharmacy karibu na hapo, unakuwa referred huko, unaambia enda kununua dawa kule. So mimi naona hii kitu wanaifanya intentional, hii ya kutolipa madeni ya private hospital. Mimi naona ni kitu kama iko intentional. Yeah. Lakini kama nchi hatuendi vizuri. Hii SHA hii tuliprotest hii mambo ya SHA. Hata saizi wengine wetu tumeshindwa kuandikisha watoto kwa hii SHA because wengine wetu tuko mbali na uwezi access any facility for hiyo ya registration. Tuko mbali. Na wenye tuko na watoto shule tumepewa up to 28, ati lazima hiyo ndio deadline. Wewe unapeanaje deadline mtu kuandikisha mtoto kwa social nini? Unapeanaje deadline? Ati ndio deadline kuandikisha mtoto. Hiyo haiwezekani. Hilo ni jambo wanajaribu kuforce, haliwezekani. Yeah.
Okay, sawa, asante sana Bwana George. It's that makes the whole thing sinister and of course suspect, and it is alarming that it appears the Kenya Kwanza administration does not learn. It keeps repeating the same mistake over and over. It's either it believes Kenyans are naive, they don't know what they are looking for and what they are pursuing, or they assume that because of course they told us they are PhD holders, the rest of us who are not PhD holders cannot tell them anything. But it is interesting because now that 600 health facilities are moving out of SHA by Monday, who is going to be reimbursing the money to the SHA itself? So this is the beginning of the end of the SHA. And all of it is because it was launched out without thinking through, and it was hurried in the pretext was somebody wanted to make money in the name of sold the what is it called, the software for the SHA system. And to me, it's terrible. We should not toy with the livelihood of Kenyans. We should not play with the healthcare of the Kenyan people. Now, this registration of children, what is it all about? Are children also going to be paying one after the other? Or if I'm a registered SHA, I register with all my children. Should my children register individually? If they register individually, who is going to be paying the premium? Maybe Bwana George, if you have the understanding, what is that all about? I thought if I register my name and then I have my dependents will depend, like it used to be in AHF, my name and all my dependents. So when my dependents go to hospital, they are taken care of on my premium.
Yeah, that's true. Kwa hiyo platform nimeona kuna hiyo option ya dependents, but now kama mimi siko Kenya, unaona? So nililogin, kuna wakati nililogin na hata sija upload any of the documents zile wanaitisha because nimeshindwa na register kitu ambayo itanisaidia ama haitanisaidia because hii kitu imefail. Tayari imefail, tunaambiwa we have been given up to 28th of this month ndio deadline ya kuregister, especially wale watoto ambao wako shule. Niko na mtoto ambaye ako secondary, so ndio naambiwa hiyo barua nilipata kutoka shule ati serikali imepeana up to 28th of February ndio deadline ya kuregister watoto shule. Sasa nashindwa, how do you give a deadline ya kuregister kwa medical hii scheme ya medical, how do you give a deadline to that? Haiwezekani.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Bwana Douglas, I don't understand what is your problem. Don't cheat Kenyans. You withdraw to where? I don't know. I think you have. I don't want to make that comment again. It will put me in problems. Domi, ulikuwa hapa kabla ya lala. Hali vipi?
Yes. Jambo Kenya.
Karibu. Wewe ndio uko na kiberiti ya KICC. KIA.
You know, there's a time kulikuwa na shida sana ya kulikuwa kumekauka sana. Now the city council were chasing away the Masai who wanted just to take their cattle to eat grass in the railway station. I mean in the railway yard, which was overgrown. Now, and the city council people were harassing those people. Kenya is things are funny. But you know, about the fire, I don't know. Somebody is telling us that it's some grass, grass burning. I'm not very sure about. I can't comment much about the fire in the airport. But okay, kabla niende mbali, risala za lambirambi to our former IEBC chairman, Wafula Chebukati, who happens to be an uncle to my mom, mwenye alituletea aibu mingi sana, but anyway, the way I was brought up, we don't wish somebody to die. But I think what I'll comment is, I wish hao watu wanachukuaga hiyo kiti ya IEBC could learn. I've come to understand something. You know, I'm sorry I base my arguments on the word of God. I may not be a bishop kama our chairman, Reverend Lala, but I like approaching things using the Bible, because apparently with the little knowledge that I have, it holds. It's like it's the principle. It's the manual to our lives. I've realized that God, if you don't learn, you keep repeating the same the same exam. Honestly, you saw Kivuitu in a mess after messing up with the election. You have seen Isaac Hassan. We are told is at least ako kwa wheelchair. Things go bad on them. Then you do the same mistake again. I'm just wondering. I don't know where conscience ya Kenyans went to. You believe the whole nation should suffer just because somebody you want to just get some few coins from a contestant. Then you mess the whole nation. Now this guy is arrogant enough to continue insisting on what is wrong. I believe inside, because I had Isaac Hassan speak someday, and he's very remorseful of what he did. And he was like, it did not go, okay, as we are talking now, even if he does not speak, but he doesn't feel well of what he did to the election, as to how I heard him speak someday. Probably that could be the reason as to why God is giving him some more time. But you do wrong, and you insist on the wrong to defend it. I'm telling you, at one point, there's somewhere where the Bible says your wickedness will find you out. At one point, your wickedness will find you out. And that is the same way this guy is like these likes of Akina Wetangula, who insist on the wrong, and they still insist. Umeambiwa by the court that your decision is wrong, and you still do the same decision. You may think that you have overcome a man, or you may think that you are doing it for men. But at one point, it will find you out. At one point, you may these people may celebrate today because they feel like what they do wrong keeps all. It's like they are going away with it. Same to Ruto. Ruto may be like on the top of everything. But if I were Ruto, I would look at Chebukati and see my fate. I would look at those people who made Kenya to suffer. If at like Moi who hated Raila like nobody's business, but at the end of the day, when he sits down, he ended up sitting down and thinking like, no, this guy, he accepted to talk to Raila more than Ruto, who is his own tribe, before he died. Kibaki ended up wakati anamaliza, when he was going to die, he's telling his people, ebu support we mzee. He knows that what he did was wrong by kumuibia kura siku moja. People, and I will say this, I've realized also, there's a very big problem na kanisa. And let me say some let me not talk of what, some viongozi wa kanisa who believe that election is not important. So that they believe that stealing somebody's money is more important than stealing that. It's it is a more stealing than stealing elections. Forgetting that stealing election is stealing from the whole nation. Somebody goes a whole servant of God after election ikishaisha, na anaenda anasimama anasema tunaunga mkono a thief, somebody who stole, and that is what you are defending, and you are a servant of God. Really? And you expect that God is so stupid that he did not see. No. And you know, somebody is bold enough to stand up and say, you see, ni huyu mtu mmoja, they talk of mtu mmoja. But they are forgetting that huyu mtu, he is not alone. Sisi wenye tulimpigia kura ndio sasa sisi ndio tunaumia pamoja na wenye hawako, and with those others who did not vote for him. Tunaumia kwa sababu huyu mtu mmoja ndiye ametuibia kura kupatia huyu mwingine. You have messed the whole nation by your action. That's very bad. And this kumalizia, I want to celebrate this the servant of God, this Anthony. I think this is a man to, at least this is somebody mwenye anatakikana kusikizwa, because he's talking something. He sees things reality, not like, you know, you can see the lives. The Bible says, blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. The Bible says, God is God of truth. The Bible has said, the spirit of truth will come to you. They are not talking of the spirit of anything else, but the spirit of truth. Why can't we believe in, why can't we reason about, why can't you focus on truth more than just the hypes or trying to defend what is wicked? I have a friend, mchungaji rafiki yangu, when I was like, apparently his statement ya this pastor mwenye alikuwa anateta kwa nini wanarudisha pesa, wanarudishia Ruto pesa yenye amepatiana. He's my friend, a very close friend of mine. Mpaka nikamwambia, Bishop, hapa ulitupa mbao. And he said, oh, it depends on the understanding. It is not about understanding. What is wrong is wrong. You cannot defend the wicked, bwana, and expect that God is so blind that he does not see the wicked. Thanks for the opportunity.
Sawa, asante sana bwana Domi, tunashukuru. Najua kuna wale ambao wanaona kwamba ukweli siku hizi is not in black and white. They call it is relative. It depends on the circumstance and the surrounding. That's where the deception is lying, especially when it comes to men of the cloth and their involvement with politics. If you go there to be used as an instrument of deceiving the public, then you will go the same way everyone has gone. But if you're there to guide and show the way, and of course put the public interest as a person that is supposed to guide the nation responsibly, you're doing well. One of the regrettable things is that majority of the people in parliament refer to themselves as Christians. The majority of the people in parliament today are Christians. These Christians have pastors, okay? And or have reverend father or whoever that pastors them. How do we have a majority Christian parliament and we have the most compromised parliament, the most bribed parliament, the most non-performing parliament? So that implicates our Christian faith in the first place. It's like either our Christian faith is not effective, or the people purporting to be Christians were never Christians in the first place. They just use it as a cloth to come and deceive us with Bwana's fewer so that they get the vote. That is a soul-searching reality that we must all face. Na wale maskofu ambao wanakubali kutumika kudanganya wananchi, ati Bwana amesema, ati Mungu amenionyesha, na hiyo masuala yote ya kuonyeshwa, it's uncalled for, number one. Number two, let us put the nation and the public interest ahead of everything else. If you get hired to deceive, you're not different from Balaam and Barak, and you know their end. Reverend Lala, quickly, karibu. Domi anainua kidole. Sema Domi.
Just a comment in addition to what you are saying, Reverend. You see,
Yeah.
even if it is God who has chosen that person, let's assume it is true that God ndiye amekuambia huyo ndiye amechaguliwa na Mungu. The question is, what is the reason? Okay, assuming now ni Mungu ndiye amechagua. What is the reason? Is what people don't see. If okay, if Ruto was anointed by God, what about Ahab? Ahab was anointed by God. Yeah, Mungu ndiye alichagua Ahab. But when he was wrong, he was wrong. God sent Elijah to him. Even David, wakati alifanya makosa, alikemewa. So the fact that that person was anointed by God does not give him an excuse of not being told the truth when he's wrong. When Herod alifanya makosa, John the Baptist pointed his finger out to him, akamwambia wewe umechukua bibi ya ndugu yako. Now the question is, because somebody will tell you that Ruto is anointed, he's not supposed to be told. Now, who is superior? Is it the servants of God, the pastors, or the president? Who is superior? Because according to me, the church is supposed to be superior to the servants of God are supposed to be superior to the president. Yeah, that is
Exactly,
it, I think.
Exactly. Shikilia hapo. Strong points indeed. And then, of course, if God has shown me this is the person he has chosen, does God also require me to campaign for that person? I'm just given for information purposes. I mean,
no.
I'm not supposed to use it as a manipulation process to make the public to vote for the person. Kama ni Mungu anataka kunifanya rais, haitaji ni rally wa nini campaign. God is able to make like David was anointed bada campaign. I mean, the prophet came to anoint all the people who were on the ballot paper that morning who were not picked until the prophet said, are you sure these are all your sons? So the person who didn't campaign, who was not in the ballot, was fetched from the bush to come and be anointed. So this other one wa Kenya, huyu ambaye nabii anatangaza, nabii anaenda kwa campaign, nabii anaenda kurali watu, hii ni unabii questionable. Unabii wa kweli utatimia bila kusaidia Mungu. Reverend Lala, karibu.
Asante Bernard. It's good to see you, Domi. You've been missed. It's good to hear your voice. Mama Selina and George. Good to see you, Wanagesa, and who else I can't see. And all of you in the background. I'm Jambo. It's a day that as Africans we must mourn loss of Chebukati. At the same time, the reality is that most of us have not been in the good books. Actually, we have not. It's as if we have been expecting something to happen to Chebukati. Okay, but for the sake of the family and those whom it was close to, they are Kenyans, they are grieving. Poleni sana. Mungu, as you guys stated, ni Mungu. And I'd like to also weigh in on Domi's contribution about the church. I think we cannot stop ourselves from speaking the truth. And the truth is that the church has been an embarrassment. Many of our pastors have done more harm to the church. For example, just before election, you hear of people predicting who will win and who will lose, not thinking that if people steal to win those, supposed to win those elections, where is their prophecies? God a thief to steal with them? You know, so they don't, these people just don't think. And it is so sad that some of us follow them when actually what they're doing is exactly what some of those witch doctors or whatever you call them do. Actually, we may respect witch doctors more than them because witch doctors are using a different method. But when you come to us in the name of Christ with the Bible, and you're not talking or preaching or lining your life with that scripture, you're worse. And I'm sorry to say that many have been worse. And secondly, the church also has adopted emotionalism. Okay, we use emotion almost like when you go to those wrestling mania, you know, the same language, the same way of, you know, of presenting themselves, and so you kind of sense something is not right. Okay, I'm a little older than most of you here. Early days of Christian faith, that I got into the faith, there was a genuine, a kind of real, authentic faith. People didn't just say things that tomorrow you see them untrue, prophesying, telling you you're healed, and then somebody is sick tomorrow. Okay, people feared God. They didn't tell you to stop taking medication because you have been healed and people just dying. I think I was watching some program telling, you know, explaining what's really going on in Kenya. When people are desperate, they come and take advantage of desperate people. These are things that have gone on wrong, you know, in the church, and we must condemn them because they contribute to where we are, even as Kenyans, because we get confused. Many of us not well educated in Christian religion and theology, and so when we hear a pastor, a man of God, a woman of God say it, then we think it's God saying, when actually it's not God. So, Domi, I also still believe God also has his people. There are some prophets, there are true prophets of God, and there are false ones. So let's just open our eyes to know the scripture and know some of these things that are basically witchcraft that is going on in the name of Christ. And there are many, they got huge following. But when you look deeper, they are far away from scripture. So I challenge all of us to take hold of that Bible and read. Take hold of that Bible and read. And after you've read it, you got problems, talk to a genuine pastor, a genuine minister, a genuine sister, and we can find them and talk to them about what you don't understand, or else we are really in trouble. Because Kenya is a free country. You're free to believe what you want to believe in. We are a secular country, okay? And so people have got that freedom. And that freedom, there has to be knowledge underneath to help us navigate or move forward as a people. We talk about the fire, that sorry for the fire. You know, I think the question that you raised there is there something that maybe right now the atmosphere is thick with what I would call lack. They call it lack of trust. People just don't know what to believe in. Okay, what to believe, whom to trust. And when you are in a nation like that, the perceptions kind of decides what happens, whether it's true or not true. So we are very vulnerable because we have allowed leadership and by, don't care how they get there. Okay. We just come from African election. Okay. And we have messed things so much that when other players, do things or work on us or use us, we don't even know. And one of the things that I've shared here before, number one, the world want our continent. They want the resources. They don't want you, the African blackface. They don't need you. They are kicking out of the US and other places. All they want is your gold, your diamond, and all the things that are in that continent. And they can use anything possible. And I say this, let me say it again. I love AU. AU is a great organization. But remember, even in Addis Ababa, the people who are funding most of AU are not even Africans. They are people from outside. They are the Chinese and others. Okay? And now we got a new chair of AU, and this man comes from Djibouti. Djibouti has got, I think, less than about 1 million people, but we have over 10 or 11 military bases. I've been there a couple of times, okay? The leading bases are the US and France. What an irony. France and the US, okay? They're the one leading. And then we have Italy, Britain and others. Their bases all over. That is actually a military base. So the African influence on that space of land is minimal. So now when you have a chair from that island, no matter how much he loves Africa, loves AU, loves the continent, you see, the one who controls the money, because the money comes from these bases, they are the people that run that country finance-wise. So you can see an interest in somebody from there being their agent in Africa. You can easily see what the interests are. And so we are not talking about that, because we are talking about our tribal stuff or these other things, okay? So these are legitimate concern that the continent has. So how independent we are is really a question that we must ask ourselves, because our young people are going to inherit a continent that is actually been mortgaged. We talk about the partition of Africa many years back. We don't realize that the whole system has never changed. If it was, because at least that time they didn't have much power. They had some loose political power over Africa, but they didn't control everything. But now they have the control, the satellites, the resource and everything else. So how much are we free as Africa? So these are questions that we should be debating even here. But for some reason, we are into our tribal stuff, where, as I stated yesterday, ni kama viviranga vya kuku wanajaribu kuficha mtoto wao, lakini the kite or the eagles are up there, the hawk, they just come and pick one and take it. South Africa is a place like that, where they just come and pick what they need, okay? And listen to this. One of the best friend of Baba was who? Tshisekedi, okay? He's actually the mentor, okay, of that man becoming the president of Congo, okay? So who would be in their best interest? Who would want Baba to be the AU chair, okay? I think people who are interested in the resources in Congo, because Congo is the richest space on the face of this planet Earth, with resources under the ground there, okay? So whoever leads Africa is important, very, very important for these people out there. So if they don't want you, there is no way they would let you go down there. So you can look at some of these challenges we've had with AU leadership from Kenyan level, continental level, and also international, global level. Why Baba had to be fought everywhere. First, as the president of Kenya, they didn't want him. You know the fight that we fought here, okay? And now for Africa, the same. So the forces were not just local forces. There are other forces that are there. Of course, we are focusing on those forces that are here because of what we talked about, the friendship and Root, of course, messed things because it was being used by somebody else. And that's why we don't need people like Ruto as leaders in leadership in Kenya. So let us also look at some of these geopolitical spaces and look at how they interfere with us as a people and what we can do to make things better. Lastly, of course, at the end of the day, Chebukati is down, and I agree with all of you. Your sin, as you stated, Domi, will find you out. And if Africans can just fight that corruption and that sin thing, then we can have our continent back and do better. Because if I did not been Ruto messing up, Baba would have been there. We don't know how much good, would have come. I mean, we don't know. We know very many good things would have come out of that leadership because he has the brain, he has the love, the capacity to do much for that continent. But now that is lost, okay? And it's lost because of our corrupt, our tribalistic mindset, our small little, fight that we put out there because of personal interest, and that's where the problem we have, us as a people. And so I just wanted to highlight the global aspect, the loss, how it impacts, all of us, and of course, Bernard and all of us, with the fire at the airport. And if you begin to see the Kenyan shilling, it starts floating. Okay, I think the last time I think it's lost, I don't know, like 3 shillings, and it's going up. I think the exchange rate for the dollar was at 133. It was been 120 something. Okay, so it something is happening negative to our economy. So let us not harbor any of these corrupt practices. Let us be honest with each other, but above all, let's love each other. Let's learn from Chebukati. It does not pay to be corrupt and to love money. And as a preacher, in fact, I can relate Chebukati issue with the betrayal of Christ. Okay? You remember Judas? What happened? Judas was given 30 pieces of silver to betray the master, the Lord. Okay? And he did it. He took the money. And what happened? Judas had to hang himself. His intestine fell out there. And nobody wanted to take that money. Okay? And that money was used to purchase a land to bury, the cursed place. Okay. So there are curses with stealing and bribe taking. And we've seen that happen. And this is a classical case. So those guys who predict this one gonna win, how do they predict this? Did they predict also Chebukati, this is happening? Did they predict, why can't they also predict, the bribery? They never tell you about bribery. They should telling us who's gonna bribe this guy and this guy. They should help the police instead of predicting only, people who have stolen as the winners. So that makes them not Christ-like. There's nothing Christian about some of these predictions. And so Kenyans, let's not listen to this garbage from these so-called preachers. But God is God. God still speaks with his people. But there are so many wannabe, prophets out there who are literally harming people. I don't want to say more, but I've been watching some few things happening out of Kenya, and they are very disheartening because these are people that are hurting people in the name of Christ. Back to you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Reverend Lala. We appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to engage, karibisha mtu ili tumakinike pamoja. Masuala ndio hayo, inji inatokomea kama hatutasimama vizuri kutetea ukweli. Kuna wale ambao hawapendi ukweli na wanafurahia uongo. Biblia inazungumzia kuhusu wale ambao walipenda giza hivi kwamba wakati nuru ilikuja wakakimbia kujificha kwenye giza kwa sababu hawataki matendo yao maovu yakaangaziwe. So tunaishi wakati ambapo uovu unasherekewa, ubaya unapewa thawabu, na ukweli unachekelewa. So ni lazima tukue makini, tuhakikishe kwamba tutakuwa wale wanaitwa remnants watakaosimamia haki na ukweli, hata kama those are not popular anymore and many people are not up to it. The country is not doing well if we have this sort of things. Wala namwona Alexio amekuja. Asante sana Alexio, siku nyingi. Kabla tusikie sauti yako, wacha tu hizi nimetumiwa na anaitwa nani? Anaitwa Omar Said. So this is courtesy of Omar Said. Msinipige mawe.
Mwili wa Chebukati upelekwe CBD. Wapige kura waamue kama Chebukati ataenda mbinguni ama ataenda jehanamu. Anyway, there's an account hapa ya Chebukati. Ni kama amefika jehanamu akapatiwa password ya wifi because Anyway, Kenyans, mambo ya Chebukati ni magumu. People are claiming atoe 34C, 16B na the rest of the hizo nini za kura. Sasa wanauliza hata password ya server. Hakuna mtu mwenye alipatia around kwa deathbed akikufa. Hakuna mtu. Sasa ameenda na nini ya server. People are so mad about this. Anyway, watu waivishe avocado. Tunaenda western. Watu waivishe avocado kwa wingi.
Mama yangu, game over. Mwenye uwanja wake kaingia sasa. Game ishaisha hii. Naona sofa huko tunala leo ingia.
Okay, those are Kisumu residents responding to the news of the passing on of Chebukati. Wanasema fungua sava. Alexio, karibu, hali vipi?
Fiti sana. I want to salute you, Bernard, Mama Selina, Lala, and those who have been here before, like Domi, and people in the comment section. I salute you all. Maybe naweza anzia hiyo kwa mambo ya Chebukati. Yes, hatimaye hayawi huwa, na yale ambao unafanya hapa duniani yatakufuata mbinguni mahali penye unaenda. So the kitu yenye naweza asema ni one, God is God of second chances. That one I can attest to Chebukati's story, because he did a mistake in 2017, and God gave him another chance to make it right in 2022, and he did not make it right. And now God has seen him right to call him home. Aenda ajibu mashtaka huko. So I believe in God of second chances. Kweli, that is true. When people say God gives you chances, gives you a second chance, yes, he gave Chebukati a second chance. And Chebukati did the same mistake that he did in the first place. So ole wake. And then the other thing that I can be able to say, attest and say, I think when this Senegalese president, say he doesn't want to see people put his photo in their offices, and he said put maybe the photo of your kids or a photo of yourself in their office. So when you are doing corruption, you look on the wall and you see the photo of your kid, and maybe that one, it will stop you from performing that corruption. I can see that it relates exactly on what is happening to Chebukati's family. Maybe if Chebukati would have put the photo of his family on the walls of IBC, then when he's about to do bad things and corrupt his way and announce somebody who has not won, he will be able to look at the wall and see the photo of his son or the photo of his daughter, and then say, okay, when I go and announce this man who I know he has not won the election, is this thing going to affect my daughter or affect my son? But right now, you see the kind of the backlash the family is getting. Him is gone, but the family will live with this terror for long. He has just messed up the whole the life of his family. It will never be the same again, because whenever they go somewhere, people will be looking at them and saying, okay, this is the family of Chebukati. These are people who messed us, who messed this economy. So whenever you do something that will stand the test of time, one, and two, do something that even when you are gone, people will have to celebrate about it and not talk bad things about it. So he has left his family in tatters. The legacy of him and the family, right now the family is having it rough because of the mistake of one man, Wafula Chebukati. And there was a rumor that was going around that he was bribed. Now we see, even if he was bribed, now he cannot enjoy that bribe anymore. So even those people who are who are being interviewed for that office, make sure when you go to that office, do the right thing, one, and two, because we have seen whatever happened to Chebukati and whatever also happened to Kivuitu. So if you're in that office, do the right thing. And if you don't do the right thing, mkondo itakuwa ni ule. Maybe that's what I can start with for now.
So thank you, Alex. The good book says a good name is better than riches and is to be desired more than rubies. This quest of making something out of everything needs to be controlled. And I love that your aspect of kila mtu aweke picha ya mkewe na watoto kwa ofisi ili akumbuke kwamba kila anachokifanya ana either hatarisha maisha ya hawa ama anayajenga. So kuna majina sasa ambayo ni ngumu. I can imagine on how those sons and daughters of Chebukati will be going for interviews and say, my name is Timothy Wafula Chebukati. The panel will be standing still to see what happens. No, that's just one of the things that we need to consider those of us who are fathers, that whatever you do will follow your children, whether it be good or evil, but it's good to leave behind a good name. There is Kumekucha, the Chris Kumekucha, the political analyst. He gives a story of his father. He was a strict police officer, and he gives his testimony on how many opportunities he has gotten in just by the good name of his father. He was known to be a good man. And he says when he was growing up, he didn't like his father because all the people, the unajua polisi wanakaanga kwa kambi. So majirani wako na magari, majirani wanajenga nyumba, wamepata plot, na mzee arudingi na kitu. So he didn't like the fact that watu wanatengeza pesa, we ati unataka kufuata sheria, ati unataka kunini. But now he appreciates that the preserving of that name is opening doors for him, is protecting him and speaking for him. So he believes in the philosophy of the father that living right pays. It may not pay immediately, but it pays long term. So it's important that we leave behind a good name. Tuache hii story ya shortcuts na kwenda kuharibu mambo. Chebukati's 40 years now are destroyed by one act that was not so good. So probably we need to recheck. Thank you. Atuya, how are you? Long time. Atuya, samahani. Inaonekana mtambo wako uko na shida. Restart your gadget. If you're on phone, just restart your phone and come in so that it's well configured. It is connecting and disconnecting. So just fix that and then get back. Thank you. Mama Selina, kwako.
Yes, Penat. Wow. I don't know even what to say. I think my internet is not ninatupwa nje. Wacha nisikize nisitupwe kabisa. I don't know what is going on in my side.
Samahani, inaweza kuwa ni mitambo ama ni kushambuliwa, but no problem. Thank you.
Niko kwa simu, niko kwa hiyo ingine na wanajaribu kunitoa. So anyway, najua wacha tusikize tu, nilikuwa nimeongea, wacha nisikize wenzangu. But tuko tu. Yes, hata wakijaribu kututoa, bora wasitutoe kama Chebukati, hatuna shida, tutaendelea.
Sawa mami, asante. Tupo hapa, Mungu atatusaidia. And we will work out. Now, as we continue with the conversation, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to be reminded we need to pay for StreamYard, the app we are using. And I needed $50. I have been sent $7, so I'm looking for $43 before this show is over. Naomba tafadhali hiyo hela ingie tunapoanza kutamatisha show. Unajua siku ya Bwana iko karibu, so lazima tu either tutasalia tukiendelea na show kama mimi nimeenda ama tutafunga pamoja, lakini I need those $43. Somebody sent me 7, so I need 43 to complete the equation so that StreamYard does not lock us out. Hataka kurudi kwa ile inaitwa nini? free whatever, free StreamYard, ile ya watu watatu sijui watu 6, and then sauti sio nzuri, picha sio nzuri. No, we must continue as we have been. Thank you. Yes, Atuya, karibu, how are you?
I hope it works this time.
I think it's stable now. Go on.
Okay, thank you. So I'm pleased to see you here today. I haven't been to this platform for, I think, since inception. The last time I think we were in a platform together was, I think, August 2022, around there. So I'm not very sure what's the theme of the channel. I know you as a politician and a pastor, so I don't want to go outside your theme. So I can
No,
speak.
today we are discussing the fires at Jomo Kenyatta, and of course Kenyans' reaction to the passing on of Chebukati, and then of course our church ministers complaining that pesa ya NHF mjatulipa, alafu of course the 600 private hospitals that are pulling out of SHA. Won't that result into a crisis for Ruto?
All right, so let me first speak on I think what I saw on your status that brought me here. That is the demise of the late IEBC chair of Chebukati. First and foremost, let me begin by saying sending my very deep condolences to the family of the late. I am an African. I believe in Africanism. I also was brought up in by a Christian father, an Adventist father. So I also have Christianity in me. So there's no single day I will ever celebrate death, leave alone on a platform led by a pastor himself. I've heard some words being used here, kind of being celebratory mood that someone has passed away because of perceived injustices that people believe he committed. I personally don't believe so. I don't want to be God. I don't want to judge him. He was just doing his work. He has rested today. I want to believe because of sickness. I don't want to believe in the theories that political haters use to instill more pain to the bereaved family. And I think we as humans, as much as we have political differences deep inside us, Chebukati had to read the results, and the results went against 50% of Kenyans. So the pain you feel inside, don't channel it to the family of the late. Just know that is politics and that's democracy. We have had so many chairmen of those electoral bodies. We have had, I think, is it Isaac Hassan, who many people believed rigged the elections in 2013. He's still living, he's still around, he still has a job. He has not died after the 2 years. There are you people are saying 2 years and I don't know how many months and how many days. We had Isaac Kivuitu, who announced more in 1998. He lived beyond those days, those years you're giving us here. So don't bring politics into diseases. Don't bring politics into the death of someone. I've lost an election, and I never said that it was because of the returning officer. So when he dies, I will celebrate that because I never won. He never declared me, or he never declared whatever I want. So I want to celebrate the death. We as Africans, we are people who respect the dead. We are the people who believe that you cannot celebrate the misfortunes of other families. So Bernard, I found it very unusual, allowing people to celebrate death here. Nobody has the moral authority to say Chebukati actually stole elections for William Ruto. We debated here on other platforms. I kept giving you facts and numbers showing that William Ruto is going to win. You people never agreed. When he eventually won, you now saying that it was Chebukati who said it. So do I want to hate Cherera because he wanted to side with any other people? So if Cherera died today, the 50% of the Kenyans who supported the other side of the country, we should be celebrating that because he was never for us. Now Cherera is dead. I think it's logical. We have our political pains inside, dating back in years. We need to treat politics and lives and families of people separately. If you think now that the children of Wafula Chebukati is going to have a difficult time getting, I don't know, employment, I don't know what, my friend, at times the name even might give him opportunities than you who celebrating his death on Twitter or wherever. If today a son of Wafula Chebukati applied for work in government and you with your Twitter account, you might be surprised that you might not get it, and you will get it even if you are qualified because of the name. So don't celebrate on people's misery, and I don't think it's fair at all. Bernard, you gave an example of a political analyst who said that his father he celebrates his father now because his father was good. I want to tell you for sure, the life of a policeman, if you go through his journey of maybe 30 or 40 years of service, he might have led to someone who is in prison today. That family is still in anguish. So you can never say that your father was clean. My dad was a teacher, and there are some students up to today who never liked my father. And I believe and I know that. So nobody should celebrate, nobody should think that he is pure, and that is according to my African beliefs and according to the what Pastor Bernard actually teaches us. On the fire that has happened at around airports, there is scant information still, but I think from the videos that I've watched, if they say the fire might have started from outside, there's a possibility because currently in Nairobi it's too hot and there's a lot of grass around the perimeter of that airport along, I think, Utawala, around that area. I've been there before lots of times. So it might have caught fire from outside. We don't know. So if there is ill motive, we will get to know and we will discuss it openly. As per other topics, Bernard, I haven't really researched on them, so I really don't want to speak on them. Maybe you'll give me time to go and check out on them, and then I'll give my opinion on that.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you very much for your givings. And I think you're misjudging us. We are not celebrating the death of Chebukati. We are reporting Kenyans' responses on the death of Chebukati. And those responses are the ones that are perturbed. And it is traceable to how he served in public. And it offers a lesson to us that live and remain. That's the whole essence of what we are saying. You can serve in a public office and your exit can be an honorable one or a dishonorable one. And it all serves as the choices you make while you're in that public office. Either you are making your exit to be a glorious one, or like this one, where Kenyans have mixed feelings about your departure, where people are planning on how they can dance their night out because you are no more. And so the Kumekucha example I gave doesn't necessarily mean that his policeman father did everything right and followed everything. It's just that he left a good name. And that name still works now. Why? He was strict. And one of the things that made him distinct, one of the funny stories is that kuna container ilishikwa, alishika hiyo container, ilikuwa na mali ya mkubwa. So the police wale walikuwa na hiyo container wakasema hii ni mali ya mzee. Kwa hivyo achilia iende. Akasema mimi niko hapa kufuata sheria. And it worked so that he was so serious that they had to come up with a plan 2, a plan B, which was Moi has to sanction his transfer from Nakuru to go elsewhere. Ndio hiyo lori iachiliwe kwenda. Now, there is how you can just do your work for the public good and not profit from it by the other avenues of, corrupt means for the good of your family and for the future. So we are not saying that the Chebukati children may not get a job. They may just have it difficult. Now, they may have a favorable government, but there will come another government that may not be favorable on such, or when the background checkup is done and it is found that this and this and this, like now Waititu is in prison with a wife and probably more wherever uchunguzi mwingine ukifanywa, maybe the children can be sucked into the whole thing. It's just a good lesson for us as Kenyans and as young people to focus on doing the right thing because it is right, and it saves a lot of explanations for our children when we are no more there to explain to the world on why they are bearing a name that has question marks. Yes, so I want us to make progress. Thank you so much. Nani Domi, naona mkono uko juu, sema.
I just want to add something about what you are saying, trying to help our friend here, Atuya. Nobody said, I just want to add something about nobody said that what you are saying is celebrating the death of Chebukati. As I said, I'll repeat, Chebukati is an uncle to my mother. So we have lost. But when what he did wrong is just wrong. And in life, let me tell you, the fact is, when you are doing a wrong thing, you'll be remembered for that wrong. And God will discipline you. And that is a fact. Kenyans are suffering because of Chebukati, and they are suffering because of Chebukati stealing the election, which you know it was stolen. And tafadhali to see debate on this. You know it was stolen. Watch, and don't try to justify, because it was so clear. And whoever that has helped stealing election has died bad. Kiwitu died before he saw the next election. Nani ndio huyu, nani ndio huyo anaitwaje? Is on wheelchair. We will give that example, take it or leave it, we will give. When you do a wrong thing, you will be punished. And that is a fact. Yeah. I will not withdraw that. Hata kama ni ango yangu, he's my uncle. But aliba election, Kenyans are suffering because of him. We will speak.
Okay, thank you. Lala?
Atuya, I think these are some of the moments that that human aspect of our feelings cannot be gagged, because we might pretend that we are mourning and grieving. At the same time, we are looking at the will of justice, okay? And this is God's own justice, okay? Because, you see, when somebody steals an election, he sets so many things to take place. There are deaths, people that I went and saw, being buried, okay? Whether in Luanda, whether in somewhere in Homa Bay or in Kindu Bay and those places. These are, I remember their faces. These are young people who had so little struggle. People like Frank and others, looking forward to a government that they chose, that would represent their lives, their condition, and improve them. You see, so when somebody messes with an election, it actually, to me, is one of the worst sins that somebody could ever commit. Because what you're saying, you're telling a nation that what you do, how you elect, is not important. It is me who is doing it. So, to me, even if Chebukati did not steal, just say he did not steal, and based on the knowledge that all of us had, hata kama tu kuenda kusoma law, okay, kila mtu alijua kwamba kuna kitu fulani ambacho kimefanyika which is not right. At least he could have opened up and said this is what is going on, but he himself started to cover up the illegalities when every Kenyan was watching. So this is a man who has degraded his own legacy so bad that it is so hard even to grieve for him, for people who are grieving. Okay, of course the family have been left, and I believe that we should not they're beautiful Kenya, they're wonderful, they did not steal these citizens, but you see, because of the nature of his whatever it is that he did, cultures, people don't really forget. So these people will suffer because the name of Chebukati is associated with them, and that makes it worse. Yes, people have done wrong things, as you stated, that we are, and we are not holy, all of us. But when you think of what he did, okay, I think clearly you cannot fail to condemn that which is wrong. You and I agree on that, because if he was even alive, if he was going to jail, would you grieve for him? Okay, you'd be happy that at least he's paying for the debt. It's only that now he's going to a place farther than just going to jail. Okay, so I think let us be honest with ourselves and let this be a lesson to all of us. People have suffered economically, socially, our schools in disarray. All these things going on is set the stage for all these things to happen, because election is a way of restarting our democracy. So resetting the computer, you reboot. That's the rebooting time. So this is the situation. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna go, but thank you.
No, you have to wait for my reply.
You need to wait for Atuya's reply, but Atuya,
I would love it,
just
but lakini kuna watu niko kazini
so just mute and then wait, listen out. No problem. You will, if you get a chance, you will respond, but listen out to the response. Thank you for your input. Atuya, before you respond, I would want to throw this in. We did not say that the election results were disputable without the information of the insiders. If the Cherera 4 were outsiders from IEBC, then their claim would have been treated as external interference. But if the people who are on the top of conducting elections disowned the results, and Chebukati went ahead and said those are the results, then I don't think there is any school of thought anywhere in the world that will not doubt the results. If the people who are working on the results, who are conducting the election, disown the results, not one, not two. I'm a Bible teacher. Bible says where there are 2 or 3 witnesses, a matter is settled. So if 4 people say those results are not results, and then Chebukati and his loyalists say those are the results, that dispute must be sorted out first. So we didn't reject the results. The results were rejected even before the public rejected them by the people who are conducting the elections. Atuya.
First and foremost, I want to say this, that I've followed Bernard for a while. I've watched him, I've debated with him for a while, and I know that he has accumulated a following that is 99.9% of the same political following. So I know and I believe that 99.9% of the discussions that you guys have here are always centered against either anti-government, anti-Ruto. And I know that is how Bernard has accumulated and has grown his following.
Atuya,
No,
we are
let me just finish.
anti-corruption. We are
Yes, okay.
we are anti-corruption. We are anti-bad governance. We are not anti-Ruto or anti a person. We want a Kenya for all Kenyans, a Kenya where each and every Kenyan is justly treated. That's why we're here. And so it is not for political following or political persuasion. We believe in Kenya that is for all Kenyans, and Kenyans need to be the equal people before the law. So if Ruto violates the law, we'll come for him. If whoever violates the law must be treated the same way. Thank you.
I think you could have given me time just to bring on my points, then you'll come back. So I want to repeat that I believe and I know that majority of Bernard's following are predominantly people who aren't William Ruto. I know and I've debated on where Bernard has always been the moderator. 99.9% of them are always people of the same political thinking. So there is an illusion, there is that thinking that because majority of you here agree to what you people discuss, there is that belief that you guys are always right. And there is almost 100% persuasion in here that it is clear that Chebukati actually stole election for William Ruto. It is a belief amongst you people who belong to that political following that you people are the people who believe the elections were stolen. 50% of us of Kenyans, we actually genuinely believe that we went to an election, we voted, and Chebukati delivered democracy for us. We actually do believe, had it not been him, our victory was about to be stolen by the NIS, by the head of the army, by a lot of big government people who were at Bomas, who were insisting and forcing Chebukati to announce results as per the state, how the state wanted him to do it. When you say that the information came from within the IBC, we have 7 commissioners, 4 of which were on Cherera's side and 3 of which were on the other side. The 4 of which were on Cherera's side, these are people who were appointed by the handshake regime, if we can remember, and they were appointed into the commission late on. And some of these people who were appointed even were unable to calculate basic arithmetic on TV, giving us, let me say, silly figures. These are people who we cannot believe on. These are people who were appointed just to announce particular elections. So whatever they came up with was disabused, was fought against in court. There is no even one judge out of the 7 who who came out to say that I believe, I have a reason to believe that these elections were stolen. The judgment that came from the Supreme Court affirmed that what Chebukati announced was the true election. And what the Supreme Court said, that you guys had hot air and any other adjectives that were used, the same hot air that I'm feeling inside here that you people are trying to give out. So they believe that Chebukati actually bungled the election is a belief held by, let me finish, Domi. You will have time. I'm happy that we have very few in here. You'll have time. I'm sure Bernard will give you time. So they believe that Chebukati, your uncle, bungled the election is a belief you have in you, Lala. I'm not sure about Alexia. I've not heard him, and Bernard and the crew. And I'm sure in the chat also, you people believe that. So those of us who believe that he saved the country, we will give him a befitting send-off. We will stand with his family. And this belief that he has destroyed his name or what? He has destroyed his name in the eyes of the 50% of Kenyans who think he never delivered the justice. But those of us who believe he delivered justice, we want to stand with the family. We want to say a big sorry to the family. And I want to really, Bernard, you said that you are not dancing on the grave. But Bernard, you are at an age now, you are a Luya elder. I want to believe. The same with Domi. And Luya community is one of the communities that is respected in this country for how it holds its culture, and especially around the dead. You guys, I don't want to pronounce curses upon you because I'm still young.
Don't go there. Don't use our culture to instigate anything.
You need to denounce those people celebrating.
Let's do this. You said 50% of us who think otherwise should what? My question to you is that does the opinion of the 50% of Kenyans who believe otherwise about the election matter?
100%.
Or they are thinking it's hot air. And if it's hot air, how long does hot air last in being hot after it has been exposed?
Hello. Okay.
Last 2 years. It won't last 2 years down the road if it had no substance with it. The Supreme Court judges and their verdict is still suspect to date until the server is opened and we verify whatever they said. They are also guilty and they must be on that list of those that are being punished for punishing Kenyans. Domi?
Okay. I think you have asked one of the questions that I wanted to ask, because Atuya thinks 50% is not important. Okay. The second question, and this one I'm going to rebut. This is a rebut. This is a simple question, and you can remember the judgment of Maraga. Every judge gave an explanation. He gave an explanation on everything that was there. On every judge. On every judge. Nani did not give. Kome could not give. And the ones that you are saying, there is, take it or leave it. This one, we don't buy this nonsense. There is nothing like unanimous. Everybody has his own way of presenting it, and everybody had his own way if he would have presented. The third thing. This was, I can quote Smoking Wanjala. In 2017, he asked the same question. How can you have presidential? Somebody says that he went to vote for the president alone, and these other papers that he was given disappeared. That's nonsense. You and I know. Tulikuwa hapa hivi na mtu anaitwa Mzalendo, and we debated on this. According to the law, it says zinatakikana kutumwa results, zinatakikana kutumwa as JPEG. That is according to the law, which Koome did not follow. The law says inatakikana kutumwa kama JPEG. Zile zenye zilipelekwa kwa portal, they were not JPEG. They were PDF. It is simple as get the PDF off, get the results, change into PDF, correct. Alafu tume. There is a reason as to why they say that it is supposed to be JPEG.
That's a lie. They were never in PDF.
It is there. Wait. Now everybody
They are in PDF. They are in
They're
PDF.
in PDF.
You cannot lie to us. They are in
It is
PDF.
not. It is keep quiet. I'm talking, not you.
It's okay.
Not you.
Order. Relax, Domi. Atuya, it was PDF. Everybody knows that.
It was PDF.
Yes.
We know. Kama wewe haukuona hiyo ni shauri yako. That is none of our business. Kama haukuona hiyo, that's none of our business. Okay, another thing. Another thing. Okay.
Domi, just a moment. I want to throw in one thing. The gazettement of the result for the presidential election, I was supposed to be gazetted according to the constituents. Okay, the 296 constituencies where the election took place. That gazettement, Chebukati has died before making that gazettement. What he put in the gazette was county results, and county results are not a constitutional presidential premise for conducting elections. Why has he died without gazetting the results from constituency per constituency for us to know who got what where? Domi,
okay.
Conclude please. Yes.
Okay. Now, the last point here is this. Wewe na mimi tunajua there are not two gadgets that have the same IP address. Yeah, that is a fact. That's an electronic and an internet fact. You find that some documents were there. Moja imetoka nini Nyeri, ingine imetoka Bungoma with the same IP address. Nani anaitwaje na adadi na Koome alitumiwa kwa kompyuta yake akaiona. That's the way it is. So telling us that nini, okay, which means these results were sent by the same computer, the same gadget. Yeah, these two results were sent by the same gadget, which is enough reason to doubt the whole thing. To finish off, what I will tell you, Atuya, is that sio lazima ukubali ukweli, but ukweli does not change because you are arguing. Yeah, it does not change because you are arguing. And you cannot manipulate us from telling the truth. I told you are not mourning Chebukati better than I do. He's an uncle to my mom. We are mourning. Probably my family will contribute into that funeral. Yeah, we are mourning. Ni mtu wetu. But what he did wrong is wrong. That one stays as a fact. And another fact is, when you do wrong, you will be punished. Hiyo ndio iko. Sasa, and let me tell you something. Because apparently unataka kutuambia vile sisi ni Waluya, let me give you an example ya Biblia. Biblia imeonyesha, has given those bad examples and the outcome of it. So I am not so much godly more than the Bible. Yeah. So you cannot manipulate us.
Quickly, Alexo, nataka nimekupatia tu ya nafanya one response. We are running out of time. Alexo, you can come in, and then Cosmas. That is if you have something to respond on Atuya. Yeah.
I think I won't just engage Atuya with any argument. He knows what he is doing. I don't want to go there. Just stay with what you know.
Okay, sawa. Cosmas, quickly.
Hello, wangwana, nimewaona. Nimekosalimu. I don't want to go further details, and we don't want to repeat the same thing. The point here is, are we remaining the same people? That's the question we need to ask ourselves. It is very unfortunate that there are some people here arguing they want us to remain there. Then we don't have to be here. We don't have to engage ourselves here because we are trying to agree something that, for example, if Chebukati was a man and a half, he could have opened the server. Simple. If you don't have any irregularity, just open it. He didn't open the server. That's one full evidence that there was an irregularity. Number two, why the other 4 commissioners didn't agree with him. Number 4, Kenyans have a history of irregularity in elections in Kenya. For example, look what happened during Kibaki era. The announcement of results night. So you cannot convince Kenyan citizens that we are stupid. We agree on lies which cannot exist. Come on, man. Kenyans now are all educated. We know what it is. Thank you, Bernard.
So, sir, thank you, Cosmas. Atuya, you can give your response.
A quick math from what I just told you, Bernard, that you have built a very strong community of supporters who belong to a particular political front. And one wrong thing about that is that you will always have debates. If I was not here, it could have been some chorus answers, just saying how you hate Chebukati and how he bungled elections. So if we do a quick math, it's just 1 out of 5 that is who is of a different opinion. So that's why I was telling you that the truth that you guys believe in here is a truth that you people believe in because you belong to the same political grouping. There's a good question that you raised about the 50% of Kenyans who believe on the other way around. So I'm not here to make you not to believe in in your belief that you have. I'm here to equalize the conversation and to remind you that Wafula Chebukati acted legally for 50% of other Kenyans like me. We might not be in this platform because this platform might be toxic for our liking or for some of our followers. That's why they are not here in numbers. So you are being majority in here. That let it not fool you or let it not delude you that whatever you say is always factual. Number 2, I'm actually on the IBC portal. I'm trying to get those Form 34As that Dominic, I don't know, it's Domi or Dominic, is trying to say that they were in PDF form. Those forms were not. The gadget that was used to scan those results, it was sending those images as PNG. And that is an argument that was in court that was defeated. That there is no way in almost 1 second or 5 seconds that one person can download those forms, edit them, and re-upload them. It doesn't happen. It cannot happen even if you have a supercomputer, my friend. So I wanted to answer you on something that you raised about a form from Nyeri and another form from Siaya. Those forms bearing the same, I think, accord or something like that. That was an argument in the Supreme Court. And if you are
it's called IP address. It's called IP address that identifies the gadgets that send.
No. It was not from the IP address. I remember. I think it was not an IP address, and there's no way an IP address can a computer in Nyeri can come the same from a computer in Nyeri and another one from whatever in Siaya. But that argument it's a discussion we can't finish here because we don't have the facts, unless we plan for that in the next debate. So that argument was in court, and it was, I think, one case out of how many votes that were casted. So it was defeated by the fact that there is always technical hitches that can happen. So you cannot nullify an election of around, I can't remember the numbers, 12 million votes because of one vote, because of a technical, of a computer error that happened that can be explained, that cannot be explained to have caused any other error in that result. What else did you guys raise about? You also raised, I wanted to ask Bernard a question. If today Maraga passed on, let me say that. Should the people who supported Uhuru Kenyatta at that time celebrate because he gave a judgment that was not? Don't answer me, you will give an answer later. Should those people celebrate because he gave a judgment that they never liked? That does not hold. We must accept it that that's how democracy works. We might never, ever agree. And if we ever agree, then that's not democracy. But the fact is, Chebukati did his work. Chebukati stood by the law. The legal processes were followed. Everybody went to court, and he was never found guilty. The servers were open. Your guy from East Africa Data Handlers accessed the server. He got the logs. The logs were analyzed by the Supreme Court ICT experts. They were found not to be tampered with. And again, there is this belief people think a server is a cardboard. You go open and see results in there. I don't know. I can't explain that more, but we can never agree. But let Mzee sleep in peace. And I will agree with you guys that you will never agree, but let's not dance on his grave that now is not here.
Nobody.
The last word for Atuya. You have made it your tradition to defend wickedness. But I will tell you this. As long as you're on this earth, when that wickedness will find you, it is when now you'll understand what we are talking about. Okay, that's my...
So let's end there. Atuya, we are not advocating for anybody to celebrate another person's death. We are reporting what Kenyans are saying. Secondly, Maraga's ruling went down well with the majority of Kenyans, just a bunch of a few, and that's why we have a problem with the elections in Kenya, that the minority win and the majority are left crying. That's why that's why those results are questionable. That the vast majority of the country are pained by results that are being held up by reason of the manipulation. And that manipulation is clear in the glare of the cameras, the whole world watching. Now, that's how impunity takes root. And when you support it the way you are doing and looking for an excuse to deny the obvious, you just become an accomplice. And that is why no Kenyan, including a primary school kid, will tell you the elections that were, the results that were given by Chebukati are not accurate. So it beats all understanding for you to be defending it. IP address in Bungoma cannot be the same as IP address in Nyeri. And they cannot send documents at the same time from the same gadget, except there is gadgets that are extra, okay? And that's where we're talking about ghost polling stations. Ghost polling stations is where nobody walks in to vote. There are guys there who are taking papers and sending results. And that's why Chebukati has died without gazetting each constituency's result, because they have extra constituencies they call ghost polling stations that can only be tabulated at the county level. Okay, at the constituency level zitapatikana. So hizo zinawekwa pamoja at the county level, then zinajumulishwa, inasema Kakamega County alipata this, Nakuru County alipata hii, Nyeri County alipata hii. Let's get the result for each and every constituency, be gazetted. Then the server you're talking about, those were logs that were in the Supreme Court. We are talking about audit of the elections, whereby we can trace how many people in the Navajo constituency voted for who, how many in Luguyani constituency voted for who, how many in Bonjari constituency voted for who. Those details are still being protected. Cherera 4 did not get into IEBC by the back door. The same committee that vetted Wafula Chebukati and made him chairman is the same committee that vetted the parliamentary committee that vetted Cherera 4 and the rest. So if Cherera 4 were incompetent, okay, Chebukati must be, in fact, Chebukati alikuwa number 6. Kuna haja ya kumtetea. He was not even qualified for the job. He came number 6 in the interview. He was given the job because he can fumble with it. Sorry,
Bernard, you remember there's a school that does not exist. You remember that school, the school that in somewhere in Rift Valley, that people found a signpost. That school was one. It had some results in IBC. It sent results, and yes, it's a school that does not exist.
An expose ilikuwa kwa NTV. So those things that are the problem in the country, and our concern is not for us to be Raila supporters or ODM supporters. It is, can we stand for the truth? Can we demand for the truth? Can we seek that our elections should give us the leaders we have chosen, and not somebody to preset for us on how we're going to end up with who as our leader to pende to sipende. Now that to pende to sipende is what is resulting into what is happening right now. How come now Azimio is still the majority in parliament according to the law, and they could not make the president?
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
What did the courts pronounce themselves on that?
According
How did they
to
rule?
they
Majority
ruled
and what? Yeah.
the majority, Azimio are the majority
How
according
did
to
they?
the results.
How many prayers were in court? How many prayers, and how did the court rule?
There was a prayer about whatever the legitimacy of not legit, is it legitimacy? The legitimacy of Wetangula being a speaker as well as leader of Ford Kenya, Kingi being leader of PA as well as speaker of the Senate, and then the issue of who are the majority and what determines the majority and the minority in parliament. And the ruling was the sovereign, the people decide who is the majority and who is the minority, and not the speaker or the registrar of political parties. The sovereign, meaning how the people voted on that day. Yes.
Nice. Now here is the juice. The courts never pronounced who is majority. The courts pronounced that the ruling by Wetangula to say Kenya Kwanza was majority was unconstitutional. Those people went to court, wanted Azimio to be pronounced majority. The courts never pronounced themselves on that. So it is an issue. They ruled that Wetangula's ruling that Kenya Kwanza was majority was illegal. Now, what remains to be
was it illegal or it was null and void?
Okay, yeah, null and void and illegal. What's the difference?
Are you real?
Now, what remains? No, okay.
Are you real or you are imaginary?
No, Domi.
Are you really imaginary?
Domi,
I'm just wondering.
No, Domi, I'm not a heckler. Listen, Domi, I'm not a heckler. I speak facts. I don't speak what I hear people speak on Jivanji. I speak on what I read. I speak on what was pronounced. And I don't speak to please you. I speak on what I believe in.
Relax,
So,
Atuya.
How was it? Do you think we did not hear? We also had.
Order,
No,
guys.
you have to listen. No,
Atuya,
you can't.
I want you to
Don't expect me. Don't expect me to make him.
Ngoja kwanza, Atuya. If I pronounce your ID, okay, as Atuya, I pronounce your ID to be null and void, and you had pronounced it valid, okay? Does that statement means the same?
Now, if the question and the prayers to court were, please tell us who is majority and please announce Azimio as the majority, the courts never did that. Why? If they did, read me the judgment. Don't be, you watch news and get excited. Read me the judgment.
Now, you are assuming, you are assuming that we don't know English. That is one thing that you are assuming.
It's not about English. It's not about English.
Let's do this.
Bernard knows what I'm speaking about.
Let's do this. There's
read
no need.
The judgment.
Because whatever Tuya is saying is what Wetangula said. And
no.
We know English, brother.
It is the same argument that Wetangula brought up with him repeating the same mistake. But I have told you that the pronouncement of the courts is that the determination of who is the majority and who is the minority is not a reserve of the speaker or the registrar of political parties, is for the sovereign. And that is on the material day of elections. How did the people vote? Which side of the government got the most of representatives in parliament? So if they get in parliament and cross the floor, it's immaterial. What the people decided is what determines who is the majority and who is the minority.
That is your explanation. Continue reading what was pronounced.
No, let's not even go there.
No,
I think
okay,
we are.
No,
there's no need
of
starting.
Atuya, we know English, Bwana. Stop behaving like we don't know anything, Bwana.
Both of you. Thank you. I want us to move forward. Thank you.
We know English. We went to school. We can read and understand.
Domi,
come on.
Relax. I'm already time bad. It's 3 a.m. I need to call it a day. Alexo, please give your submission, and then I don't know, you lost hosting power. Unless you have time, I can give them to you, then you continue. But for now, mi nataka kungatuka. It's 3 a.m. I should prepare for morning service.
Yeah, I think some of the arguments that you are bringing here are not helping. All of us here, we aspire for our country to move on, and we cannot move on with people like Zakayo. These are the people who are just destroying the country. You can even see our name outside there. It has been spoiled. We don't our standing among the community of nations that has gone down. And we can't move on with people like Zakayo, because these are the people who don't have the best interest of the country at heart. Their interest is to accumulate wealth and get more money and more money. So these are not people you can rely on. I'll just pray that you change and see the light of the day. Otherwise, you are on the wrong road. You are the road you are using.
Just a moment. Let's get this video. Just a moment. Let's get this. I think it will sort out what we are arguing about. Let's see what the news said about that entire story of rectangular. this.
The Kenya Kwanza call. All right. Tonight, a three-bench of the High Court has declared that the Kenya Kwanza coalition, led by President William Ruto, is not the majority party in the National Assembly. The court ruled that National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula violated the Constitution by making the controversial determination. At the same time, the court found that Wetangula's dual role as both Speaker and leader of Ford Kenya was Daniel Karuki has more on the significant implications of this ruling.
In October 2022, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Moses Wetangula, ruled in favor of the Kenya Kwanza coalition, enabling it to claim majority status in the House. According to Wetangula, Kenya Kwanza had 179 MPs, while Azimio had 157 MPs. However, Friday, the court quashed the decision that had declared Kenya Kwanza as the majority party.
In the process of declaring Kenya Kwanza the majority party in the National Assembly, the Speaker acted arbitrarily and violated Article 108 of the Constitution.
The court faulting Wetangula for not engaging fully with the registrar of political parties.
The Speaker had no basis to disregard and dismissed the registrar of political parties information on the membership of Azimio Coalition and Kenya Kwanza Coalition.
Delivering the unanimous judgment, the three-judge bench also found Wetangula's dual role of both Speaker and leader of Ford Kenya was unconstitutional.
Under Article 260 of the Constitution, the Speaker is a public officer, and according to this article, is a public officer who, by virtue of that position, is restricted from holding a political office under the Political Parties Act and the Leadership and Integrity Act.
The simultaneous holding of the position of the Speaker with that of leader of a political party and the leadership positions in the ruling party coalition, as in the case with the current National Assembly Speaker, Honorable Moses Wetangula, who is the leader of Ford Kenya and holder of key position in Kenya Kwanza coalition, reasonably evokes appearance of bias and undermines its neutrality role as the Speaker of the National Assembly.
The ruling delivered Friday will have an impact and implications for the leadership structure in Parliament. Currently, Kenya Kwanza holds the positions of the majority side, including chairperson, two powerful committees reserved for the majority side. The ruling also puts Speaker Wetangula and the House on the spot on the legitimacy of decisions made under Kenya Kwanza's assumed majority status.
You are at liberty, or the respondents are at liberty to make a formal application for the court's consideration. Otherwise, we are not granting the orders of stay at the moment.
They can appeal. They were there also in the Court of Appeal to try to stop this. I also commend the Court of Appeal because the Court of Appeal, when these matters went before the Court of Appeal, the Court of Appeal said, no, Kenyans are entitled to have that matter resolved by the High Court.
Sources say National Assembly will appeal the decision. Meanwhile, Jubilee Party has welcomed the ruling by the bench.
If our politicians who were elected by Kenyans remained faithful and had respect for Kenyans, we will not be where we are today.
We must not allow anybody to subvert the Constitution, be it Parliament, be it the politicians, be it anybody who has been given an authority, any position of authority.
Parliament resumes next week, and focus will be to see whether the verdict will take effect in the next.
Alexio, you had the floor.
Yes, I was just the way I was saying, we aspire to see our country grow, and we aspire to see the rule of law prevails, and we aspire to see each one and every one of us following the law just the way it is, not to bend the law or go around the law. because what I know, Zakayo is good at going around the law. And we, with such a paper, with such a person holding the highest office, the country cannot move. Even our neighbors, we have seen our bad manners has gone to our neighbors, and our neighbors know. Even people in Africa know us now. So unless we stop and change, we are in a bad place. That's what I can say.
Okay, so Atuya, you had the judges.
Yes, I had the judges. I had the judges say and pronounce themselves on that issue. As for the prayers that were taken to court, I didn't hear the judges pronouncing Azimio as majority. What they said is that the registrar of political parties holds the right to determine who is majority, who is minority. So as per that judgment, as per the requests, as per the prayers that went to court, the courts never pronounced themselves on who is majority and who is minority. What they said is Wetangula never had the right or doesn't have the mandate to determine who is majority, who is minority. So what remains to be seen is it's the legal battle to determine which coalition or which side actually got the majority. In fact, when Kenya Kwanza was declared as the majority by Speaker, the Speaker actually cited the law. He read the law. He showed you the lacuna in the law, the loopholes that Azimio left open, and that's how Kenya Kwanza became majority. And it's good that you played that audio. There's no single, apart from KTN pronouncing it, there is no single mention in court that court declared Azimio la Umoja majority. Domi, you might look at me that way, but that's how the law works. The law does not work according to how you feel. It is according to how it is written and how it is implemented. That's what I want to say. Number two, I want to mention something here. By the virtue that the majority here, and I've been in debates where Bernard is always presiding over. He has always been a sober judge until when it hits him. I will always come back. I will always give you facts. I will never run away. I did this 4 years, I think 3, 4, the whole 2 years with Bernard, telling him that we will defeat you, and we did. And I will tell you this again, that we are here to see things unfold. Alexio, we are not spoiling this country. We are working to develop the country. The fact that you believe that the country is going in the negative direction, it is because you have your own perceptions to this government, and it is within your rights. Just the same way I feel bad about my county government, I feel that they're not delivering. There are some people who believe that the governor in my county is working, and that's democracy, and that's the beauty of democracy. So William Ruto is working. You feel. Let me finish, please. You will finish this off. I feel my government is working. You feel it's not, and that's democracy, and that's good democracy. So I will stand on what I believe, and then telling me to believe in what you believe, Domi, does not make me wise. It makes me foolish to come here to sit and listen to what you believe in and then make it my belief. I will never ever believe that
nobody's converting you to believe anything. And you are also inviting us to be Atuya. We are not stating issues of faith here. We are talking of issues of fact. Fact and faith are not the same. Secondly, when the law stipulates something like this, we don't need faith, okay, to know that this is right and this is wrong. So this you're telling us you believe a certain way, and because you believe a certain way, you will continue believing that way. That's by choice. But when we deal with Kenya, Kenya is a constitutional democracy. It is not a faith democracy, a constitutional democracy, where it is clear the majority is determined by the sovereign. If it is determined by the sovereign, it means the people that got the majority of representation in the National Assembly are the majority by virtue of the majority of Kenyans voting in that direction. So registrar of political parties is only supposed to give the calendar. Then we say how many parties are on the Azimio side? These ones. How many members of parliament? This number. How many parties were voted on the Kenya Kwanza side? These ones. How many members of parliament? This one. That matter is settled. So this one of us arriving in parliament, and then you buy a few members of parliament to cross over to your side, and then you declare yourself majority, and you tell us because you believe and what you believe is right. No, we can't buy into that. And so as much as we respect what your opinion, we must tell each other the truth. This country is headed in the wrong direction. You are a young man. The university funding program has collapsed. What else? Is there anything William Ruto has started that has not collapsed? Including the housing finance, the housing levy is problematic.
You have eaten into my money. Make sure you return them.
So what is this that you are telling us, that we should have faith that William Ruto is developing the country? By what? By running on top of vehicles and yelling on the marketplaces? Is that how development is done? Kibaki was here. He never talked all this madness, but we saw change. There was money in the pocket. He didn't come out to convince us that there is money in the pocket, that the economy is doing well, that the shilling is doing well. There was no need to convince, because Kenyans were experiencing the transformation of his policies. Which policy has William Ruto put forth that has positively affected Kenyans? One policy. Linda Mama, dead. What are you talking about? This development of William Ruto is in the imagination of all that listen to him and believe his lies. But for the rest of us Kenyans, we need William Ruto out of that office soonest possible. If nothing is done in good time, we should forget Kenya as we know it. We should forget Kenya as we know it. We'll go back to the Kenya we used to have during Moi's time. You photocopy abstract before the police write for you. That's where we're headed. You go where? To the hospital, and you get punished for going to the hospital. The nurses ask you, why are you here? And there is no medicine. And we are going back to that place whereby education, hey, God have mercy. If you believe that William Ruto is working hard and running this country in the right direction.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
I have Goja Kwanza, I have
So should I listen to you lecturing to me?
No, Nani, Atuya, your problem is you want to dominate everything.
No,
let other people finish first.
No,
you had finished. Let the one had finished first. Atuya.
Order, you guys. Let's do this. Atuya, I am saying, if you are here to convince us that William Ruto is working hard, we don't need to be convinced. If whatever policy William Ruto is implementing is positively affecting Kenyans, Kenyans will tell us. Let's go to Mama Mbogas tomorrow. They will tell us whether the policies of William Ruto are working or not. Let's visit your village, your own village. Okay? Yule mtu wa kuchoma veve, ule anauza veve hapo nje tu, ukamuulize kama hii economy inafanya vizuri na Wakenya wanafurahia uongozi wa William Ruto, utatupatia habari. Lakini hii unajaribu kutuconvince, haifanyi. Alexio, just to confirm, did you go through? Sorry?
Continue, Bernard.
Okay, I'm asking. Okay, let's just
Private
get this.
hospitals will on Monday suspend Social Health Authority services due to unpaid dues. This follows the failure by the government to settle debts accrued by the defunct National Hospital Insurance Fund and challenges in SHA compensation. The Rural and Urban Private Hospitals Association is now calling for the 30 billion shillings owed to hospitals and the streamlining of the compensation of outpatient services under SHA.
A crisis is looming in the health sector if a threat by rural and urban private hospital associations to suspend services for patients under SHA starting Monday is anything to go by.
We deeply regret that from Monday, 24th of February 2025, patients seeking care under SHA will need to make cash payments at private hospitals across Kenya. The SHA outpatient reimbursement model, which proposes to pay a hospital less than 75 shilling per patient per month, is completely unrealistic.
According to the Private Hospitals Association, the government has been unable to address critical challenges, hence making it difficult to sustain hospital operations.
89% of hospitals reported that the SHA claims portal remains non-functional, making it impossible to process reimbursements. 54% of hospitals have not received any payment from SHA since December 2024. This situation is worse in our level 2 facilities.
Unpaid claims by the now defunct NHIF dating back to 2017 are also a cause for concern. According to RUFA, there is a high turnover of medical personnel due to hospital inability to pay them.
We have had massive job losses. Many hospitals have lost doctors, nurses, and support staff due to inability of these hospitals to pay salaries. Number 2, hospitals are facing bank defaults.
This development comes as the caucus of health sector unions and associations have accused the government of planning to merge their regulatory bodies.
We stand here to resist any proposal to merge healthcare regulatory bodies, which ought to stand alone and ensure that we strengthen our training and also the practice of professional in respect to their line.
Training is cadre specific, practice is cadre specific. Now you want to bring in a stranger, you want to merge about 18 health professionals to be regulated by a stranger.
The ministry and the parliament must drop the issue of declassification, defunding, and merger with immediate effect and in totality. And if they do not do this within the next 14 days, then all of us shall issue a strike notice and proceed on strike.
Meanwhile, nurses under the Universal Health Coverage Program drawn from Busia, Kakamega, Bungoma and Vihiga took to the streets over failure by the government to absorb them on permanent and pensionable terms.
5 good years unafanya na watu wenye wako PNP. Wewe mwenyewe uko tu hapo contract. Hakuna kitu, yani unapata peanut.
Universal healthcare will not be realized if you are not employing these nurses. We are saying, please don't bring in any other nurse. Yet these ones already they have the experience.
Similar scenes were witnessed in Kutus, Kirinyaga County.
Now we are here demanding that we need our permanent and pensionable terms. We also need our salaries to be harmonized per the SLC laws.
We have tried to engage both levels of the government, but from what we understand, the county government do not want the UHC staffs to be absorbed to permanent and pensionable. Yet they want us to continue offering services to the same counties.
The nurses were among 8,500 health workers across all cadres employed in 2020 on contractual terms to advance the universal health coverage agenda and aid in the war against COVID-19. Nancy Okware, Prime Edition.
Okay. Alexo, I wanted you to confirm whether you have the codes.
I need a code.
Okay, shortly. All right. I think we should have Eli Kwanzaa.
Thank you, Bernard. First, I would like to give an applause, to commend people debating on this platform, because for me, this shows that there is objectivity, as opposed to what our brother Atuya was saying earlier on, that this is a choir for Jaramogi's son. I think I dispute that completely, because in here, sometimes we have very heated debates, so I don't see that was a very, very, bad comment, on your part, to suggest that we are here to sing ati saizi hatuna kitu ya kusema. Lakini mimi nilikuwa nataka kukuuliza wewe, bwana Atuya, ulisema hapo awali ati ulisimama kwa kura, sijui ulisimama wapi, ilikuwa constituency. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but there is a question I would like to ask you in terms of your perspectives about Ruto. So where ulisimama wapi? And if you don't want to tell us, that's fine. Go ahead, my brother.
I was way back in 2017 at MCS seat in my local area in Nyamira.
Yeah. So which party did you stand with?
I was under NASA, National Agenda Party of Kenya.
Okay, so that's NASA as opposed to NASA the coalition.
That's the coalition. It was under that coalition.
Okay, so in 2017 there was two coalitions, two broad coalitions. So which coalition were you in? Ile ya Uhuru ama ya kina Raila?
NASA ilikuwa ya kina nani? 2017.
No, but you have just said national agenda, sijui what?
That was the party.
Oh, okay, your party. Okay. Yeah. You confused me there a little bit. Because, yeah,
and my SD is called Agufana from Western Kenya.
Okay. So my question, the reason why I asked you who you stood with, is because I would really want to know, coming from Domi's comment, that you are really one of those people who are enjoying this terrible situation that Kenyans are in, because you are encouraging impunity. You're a young fellow. Young people last year, they marched to parliament to unseat the government and the stupid politics that was taking place in Kenya. You seem to be enjoying impunity. Is that why you are on Ruto's side?
No, that is a comment that is uncalled for. I don't enjoy. I don't enjoy that. Okay. I must have a voice. I must stand by a political opinion and decision. Being on where I am doesn't make me a fool. Supporting those kids going to ban parliament doesn't make you bright either. So we must have that political divide. We must respect those prisms that I belong on that side because I have political beliefs. The same way I respect yours. Don't call me names because I believe in the political side that I belong to. And belonging to that political side does not make me lesser of a political mind. I remind you that. They believe, and I will get you back to what I said, that the majority of the people in here, let me answer, Eli. One statement. Bernard, you always love the moment. No,
you had time. You had time to prosecute your case.
I've been mentioned.
It is Ellie's time. It's not your time. You are only supposed to respond to one question, not to take the floor. So please respect the orders of debate. It is Ellie's time to prosecute. If he asked for one question, you respond to that question and wait for your turn to respond to his claims. You don't take over and then run away with it. Tafadhali. So Ellie, make your point.
I know you fear me.
It is not fearing you, Atuya. Hey, look here, please. Don't. Usianze hiyo tafadhali. Umechelewa.
You know me, and I know you, and I know how you treat me.
There is no. That's the faith you have. and that your faith is wrong. That's what we are telling you. If you want to debate, you debate according to the rules of debate.
And
you don't take over the show. Okay? So relax, you will be given time to respond. I've been giving you time to respond to everybody here since you came. So hakuna mtu anakuogopa hapa. Talk less of me. Where? Eli, please make your submission.
Atuya, okay, don't personalize this, Atuya. It's just a discussion, a debate. I think what people are saying, in fact, I think a lot of people on Ruto's coalition side are defecting in big numbers already. And in fact, I think it was one of the MPs from Central who said about 2 months ago that they will release information on how the elections were rigged, the presidential election. I don't know if Mr. Gachagua told them to slow down on that one, because if they start releasing dockets of information, it will also affect Gachagua because he was in that coalition. But what I'm pointing out is that majority of people, and most importantly, people who were on the side of Ruto wametoka, na wengi wao wanasema hata hiyo kura, now I'm talking politics, I'm not talking about IEBC and all, the count, the votes and all, I'm talking politics now. Wanasema ati hiyo kura iliibiwa. Okay? And there are even people who went to the extent of making allegations about the way Mr. Chebukati ended up, he never had this chronic problem before. State securocrats, they do things. And when people say certain things because information is not coming out clearly what has happened, then people will make allegations. It's the same way when Magufuli died. There were rumors flying all over the place because the Tanzanian government didn't want to tell people the truth. So while I'm saying this about Chebukati, there are rumors that he because he knew too much, the Ruto side could have played him, because they've done that with people like Msando, and election is dirty politics in Kenya, and you know this. In fact, as you said, you're a candidate, so you must have seen, even in your own candidacy at the grassroots level, how elections is played. Most of the time, it's not clean, and you know this. So instead of trying to blame us here and say that this is an Azimio problem, that we believe too much in ourselves, that we sit here in a cocoon where we cannot, we're not connecting with other Kenyans because in here we're a majority. I think that's not fair, because the people who come here, a lot of them are not even, they did not even support Azimio. I've seen people here who have come to this channel many times who never supported Azimio, right? And I've seen people who supported Azimio who are right now, they're very angry with Azimio. In fact, very, very angry with Azimio, because Azimio has joined a so-called broad-based government. In fact, even that broad-based government, what would you say about that? I think you need to stop analyzing things just to get a reaction. I think you are smart enough to know what has happened in Kenya and how this country can be straightened the way majority of Kenyans want this country to go. And when people accuse you, as you see on the chat there, that umelipwa nini nini, so it's because people are asking how is it that this guy can talk like this, because they're wondering, even a person of your, I'm sure you're a very sensible person, but the comment you made there about Parliament, Wetangula and the courts, And then you say that as we just believe in news, TCG, mainstream media, but a lot of all the media carried that report as it was pronounced by the court. But you sit here, defending the opposite of that. You actually, are you related in some way to Silvanus Osoro? I don't know. Anyway, my point, kwa sababu umesema unatoka Nyamira, that's fine. My point is the revolution will continue. People think it is suspended. We have been told by Rigathi Gachagua, sometimes it takes a devil to instigate change. I mean, most Kenyans don't have time for Rigathi Gachagua, but he has given us until March. Atapiga hiyo firimbi, tutaona vile itaenda. So I'm very thankful that Kenyans have a positive outlook about what they think will happen in order for Ruto to vacate his position. Right now, we know that Mr. Odinga is coming back, and he'll be put in government. We don't care about that because it doesn't help Kenyans. It only helps himself and Mr. Ruto. But we know that, according to Ruto, that will cause some sort of stability. I don't know why he thinks about stability, because Kenya is not at war. But the blunders that this man, Mr. Ruto, has made in the past 2 years, exposing Kenya in a really, really nasty way in front of countries that respected Kenya for the longest time. Even out here, when I'm speaking with the colleagues who are from Nigeria and all different places, they're shocked, about Ruto's, the way he makes certain comments on international issues that will have negative impact, not just on Kenya, East Africa, but Africa as a whole. It's whoever will take over from Ruto will have to do a lot of repair. There's a lot of tear and wear that is happening at the moment that should stop. Actually, I was surprised to see Monica Juma, one of Ruto's in fact, she's Ruto's chief advisor, celebrating the other day at the AU. She was giving the jovial applause to Yusuf, who won. Maybe that's a diplomatic gesture.
Just a moment. Sorry for cutting you.
Okay.
I need to sign out. Alexio will take charge. You can carry on with the conversation to its conclusion, but please, let's keep it civil. And then, of course, let's ensure that what we are giving out there is credible so that people can benefit from what we are sharing. Secondly, I want to appreciate those sending their contributions. Please, let's do so faithfully and help us keep the channel running, as well as the upkeep for Frank. Frank, the guy we are supporting. The month is ending. We need to be able to pay their rent. And I had a conversation with the SHA today. They are happy in the new premise, and we should keep them there, please. Let's not go slow on the same. I appreciate everybody who is responding to our call and positively impacting our operations. Asanteni sana. So Alexo, take charge. But argument ikuwe kwa facts, tusikuwe na story mrefu ambayo ina mwisho. So Eli, you finish your submission, allow Atuya to challenge what he was challenging you for. Then please, let's keep it civil. Alexo, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night, Bernard. Eli, you can continue.
Thank you, Bernard. In my closing remarks, I was just trying to remind us as a panel that the things that Kenya is facing in the international level is going to take quite some time to repair. we have to have a very smart leader who has the finesse in diplomacy that doesn't do knee-jerk reactions, as we have seen with this particular person called William Ruto. Because it's quite dangerous. Right now, Kenya is in a very culpable, dangerous situation in terms of the geopolitics of the country. And I'm sure that that the security experts know this, that the time when there is too much noise and too much instability in our diplomacy is the time when the likes of Al-Shabaab will hit the country. And you've seen what they've done with the experiment of abducting five chiefs in Mandera. So there's a lot of things, Bwana Atuya and the panel, that we can talk about here in terms of this particular regime, this regime that a lot, majority of Kenyans didn't vouch for. And we are not afraid to say so. But thanks anyway. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, welcome, Matuya. Do you have something to rebut?
I wanted to give a space for Domi, but he has left, so I don't think I have much to rebut to Eli, because he was soft-spoken and he was speaking his mind. I was giving his side of the political beliefs that he has. I don't want to dispute whatever he says, but I want just to remind him that as much as he has his political beliefs, that him and maybe 50% of Kenyans believe that this government is not working, believes that things are going wrong. Me being maybe 1% or 20%, we also have a belief. I don't benefit anything from this government. I don't get paid. I just believe in what we campaigned for. I believe in the manifesto that we gave Kenyans. And I'm happy that some of the things that we promised Kenyans are being actualized. And I'm not here just to defend him because I need to defend someone. I'm defending him because I voted for him, and I'm defending because I believe in what we sold to Kenyans. And the manifesto that we gave Kenyans is that I still have 3 or 2.5 years left to ensure that we force this government to deliver on what we promised to Kenyans. I don't belong to the group of people who believe that we should start politicking and having a political formation now on who's taking over 2027. The same will happen to the president who will take over 2027. By 2028, we will be planning for another election. So I believe we must push the government, the current government, to deliver on what we promised to Kenyans. So me supporting that side, Eli, it doesn't mean I don't have a mind of my own. It doesn't mean I support abductions. It doesn't mean I support corruption. It doesn't mean I support political instability. I believe in the ideals that we sold to Kenyans. We have our own issues as government. We have our own we have our things that we have not delivered. That does not mean I must jump ship and start bashing the same government I supported 2 years ago. If many believe that they belong to the other side, these are political formations. And some of these, the noise that is around the country, the noise that we hear is around the country, is noise around tribal inclinations. It is not a voice of reason. When I came in here, Eli, fairly to me, you are a new face. I think I'm also a new face to you. But I've been to, not particularly this platform, but there's a platform we were with Bernard. And I'm sure here he transferred some of the following here. 99 to 100% of the followers here, if you check the comments, you can tell they belong and they have a belief in a certain political direction.
Atuya, just 2 seconds. Via the chair, via Alexio. Atuya, you have a bad memory, I think, because nilikuwa kule Mtembei hata kabla hujafika huko zamani.
Basi sura umekula vizuri.
Hapana. You remember me very well, and there was another guy. There was another guy also from Kisii. I can't remember his name, but he was a Ruto diehard. Alikuwa anaitwaje yule jamaa?
Duke.
Duke. Alexio, umekumbuka Duke?
You will agree with me that we have always been fewer in this platform. And I'm 100% sure tonight, if I'm not the first person to be from the other side, majority of the speakers, the people on the chat, have one voice, bashing the late, speaking on the same, agreeing on everything. We might disagree on a few things, but we are disagreeing on the same side. That's what I meant, that majority of people here, and this is what Bernard used to do this to me. Whenever he feels like I'm speaking something doesn't like, mute me or remove me. So I don't know. I don't have a lot to, but
I want to ask a question. You know, now that you're responding in the way you're responding, yeah. Do you believe that Mr. William Ruto is a pathological liar? You know, a liar who is not just a liar, but it is a pathological thing in his mental health. You know, that a pathological liar ni mtu unamwambia kuna giza, anasema mimi sioni giza. Unamwambia this is white, anasema this is black. At a part of the way he'll tell you, try and convince you the difference in the color. Do you believe William Ruto is a pathological liar? Please just defend him. We want to hear, because me, I believe he's a pathological liar.
Yeah, not you alone, and 99% of the people who believe in the political ideology you believe in believe also so. I was listening to Mbadi today. Mbadi used to be a very bad critic of us, but he has gotten to a point that as much as, and this is what I borrowed from him, as much as we disagree, that we need to disagree on principle that, okay, you saying Ruto is a liar. Ruto promised to subsidize production. Has he done it?
Okay, sorry. Again, I don't want this to appear between a discussion between us to the other people here. I'll ask you this question in a different way. Okay? Do you believe that Ruto, when he's standing there in front of the crowds, he inflates figures? He will say things that even the people around him who are with him in the cabinet will be shocked. You know, why do you believe that he inflates figures?
Now,
I'll give you one example. Just one. Then we can even start now mentioning hundreds of things that he has said, and which means that he is a pathological liar. He has a lying problem in his, it's a pathological thing. And that is something which basically mtu anaweza kwenda kwa koti aseme huyu jamaa hawezi kuwa president because it's a mental health problem. Huyu jamaa alienda kwa mkutano nyingine akasema ati sijui ashatoa pesa ngapi kwa Grammy Awards. Can you tell me how much? Those guys denied it.
I saw it online. I remember the figure.
No, he said it. He said it.
500.
He said it. Dennis Itumbi was there. In fact, Dennis Itumbi was trying to not mention anything about money. And then Ruto grabbed the microphone and said, no, actually, tumeshapatiana pesa. You should see even the Itumbi's face, bwana. Unaona? Huyu jamaa, hii kitu sijui tunahitaji kwa Kiswahili ama kwa lugha yenu.
A question to that. A question to
Yes.
that. Do you think he had paid or not? Do you think Itumbi was like, why, do you think Itumbi was reacting to why are you lying? Or
No,
why
listen.
are you giving us out?
You're not going to answer my question, so I'll just leave it. You know, there's no point.
No,
There's no point.
No, Eli, there's one
There's no
thing.
point. I don't want to waste my time.
No, Eli, there's one thing, yeah? If I ask the same question, I cannot lead you to an answer that I
Why
want.
can't you answer this question?
No, okay.
Is this man a liar or not? Is he a pathological liar?
Let me answer this. Okay. I didn't watch that video, but from the explanation you're giving, there are two possible answers to that. One, either Itumbi was reacting to, why are you lying? Two, he was reacting to, why are you giving out our secret? So I can't tell. So for you, you will say he was lying. He's a pathological liar. For me, because I don't have facts, I will stay with the two. And that does not make me...
I think, let me just jump in.
We can't answer that question. President Uhuru Kenyatta, 2 seconds. President Uhuru Kenyatta said that this man is a pathological liar. This is a man who worked with him. That's enough from me. You can't answer a simple question.
Eli, I think I need just to answer on your question. Go to that clip where he was promising 5 stadiums. Uhuru was talking about 5 stadiums, and then he came in. That will answer that question. Go to that clip.
And the laptops.
One thing I'll say, Eli, you can't drive me to an answer you want. That one I will not. I'll never answer. You can't yes me like say A or B. No, you can't. That one I'll never go there. Now, one thing I know and one thing I will agree is that William Ruto always wants to excite the crowds. So at some point, he gets into the excitement of always getting those chorus support from the people into saying what they want to hear. So it is a disease, a political disease he has, that he wants to make crowds happy. So he ends up either over-promising, giving very futuristic plans, and probably, yes, those two. But single-handedly forcing me to say that he lies, he has delivered on the things he says, and he has not on some. So it's a 50-50 affair.
Okay, I think there is a point that we have to agree that Tuya has admitted that Ruto is a liar, and it's a pathological liar, and he has accepted that it's a problem he has when he sees a crowd, that he has to lie. Now, talking of 50-50, it cannot be 50-50, because I think 80% of, not 80%, I think something like 95% of what he does is a lies. So it cannot be 50-50. Because I think also Atuya has a problem with the numbers. He wants to give blanket things that just trying to convey to cover up. Unfortunately, there is a point that I have been waiting for some time to try to help this guy Atuya. In life, they say wise people change their mind. It's only fools who don't. Wise people listen and try to get to understand what the other person is talking and get the knowledge. Because apparently, what I've seen with, according to, for this short time we have talked, Atuya is a closed-minded. He's closed-minded. He does not believe in, you can't bring anything new in. Hey, my friend, that's a very sad state for a young man. Because now, okay, I will give you an example. If you find somebody a dwarf, is it a video? Or
This one is old, bwana. Let's talk.
okay. I meant when
No,
I said
he can play it. He can play it after.
He can play it. It's okay. Play it.
Yeah, after Domi has finished.
We have the
we have to
details.
watch it. Why are you objecting?
No, we know. We know
Okay.
about that.
I took time to, and I'll advise you, probably because you are a young man. I'll advise you to go and sit when you are reading the Bible. Go sit, take time and read the book of Proverbs and Ecclesiastes. I think it will help you more. Because apparently, I can tell you, your problem is that you're closed. You're closed-minded. What I know.
One question.
Nani, Atuya, listen. Your problem is you want to interject at any point.
Okay, unijibu.
You want to interject at any point, you don't want to listen.
Unijibu kini advice. One question too.
Sikiza kwanza. Sikiza nimalize. Then utauliza. You see, I'm going to give you an example. If you find somebody that everybody knows is a dwarf, mtu kama Likobe, I think everybody knows Likobe. Indio. Now, if Likobe to you is tall, if you meet Likobe and say, "Hey, mazewe jamani mrefu," then we can say, "This man is shorter than Likobe." Yeah. So it could be also operating on different standards. For you, if you think that Ruto has performed, I'm not sure I'm not sure of your standards, because I think then your standards are very low. People outside, I'm talking. People outside here are doing wonders for their countries. Look at people like Traore. These are the talk of the talk of the continent. People are doing wonders for their nations to the extent that the whole thing has turned around. The whole economy has turned around because of just is Traore made of gold? Is he made of iron? No, it's flesh and blood. It's all about what is here. Ruto has never been, everybody knows that he is not even interested. Okay, you are saying that you are going to push your government to perform. It's okay, try to push. But I can tell you, Ruto will not listen to you. By the way, I can tell you that I know Ruto more personally than the way you know him. I know him more personally. I think his effect has gone very close to me. And he's not somebody you can make as a friend. Another thing, unless in the end, if you'll not be listening to what we are saying, until that time, wakati effect yake itakufikia kwa nyama yako. Nani was Onyonka was telling Gladys Sholei that wewe unajua kitu unaongea sahihi, hujui uzito yake. Saizi vile tunaongea hivi, he will come for. He pointed at I think it was the mwenye amesimamia yeye akatakwambia atakuja for you. Akisha kuja for you, the next person atakuja will be for me. And at last he will come for you. Gladys Sholei akamwambia atakuja kwako. Akisha nimaliza mimi, at the end he will come for you, because saizi unaona kuwa mimi nampinga. At that time we will come to the realization that bwana, this person chenye anataka nifanye siwezi fanya. Now at last you'll be now the person mwenye anakuliwa. Unasikianga kitu inaitwa the hyena alikula mwenye alimficha. So there is a point utafika hapa nani atuya. If Ruto, if you are the person you are celebrating, I'm sorry. Huko ndio unaelekea.
Unaweza kumwambia Gachagua is an example of
Gachagua is an example
of what has happened.
A wicked man who is killing young people, and you are celebrating him. Really? Mwenye anaua watoto who are just complaining that tunahitaji kazi. Mtoto amebeba simu na handkerchief, unarmed. And you are so happy when the soldiers are holding bunduki, twice more as brave as Lugard, shooting at the kids. Killing kids, shedding blood, innocent blood. And you are celebrating this person. You will tell me that you don't like that one happening. But unfortunately, the person you are defending is doing it. Unfortunately, he is doing it. Yes, you don't want hutaki ifanyike, as you have told us. Yeah, I can agree that probably you feel for them. But unfortunately, the person you are defending, he's doing it.
Alafu is even one of the worst things I have seen. This guy, Mr. Ruto, is not sophisticated at all. How can you allow the intelligence agencies of another country, of Uganda, to compromise Kenyans? Walk in, take the leader of opposition, the most senior person other than the president of Uganda in terms of the political landscape of Uganda. That's like, tuseme, Ruto ametuma watu kule Kampala, Raila ameenda sijui kwa conference, Ruto amesema leteni huyo. Kenyan agents wanaenda huko, wanamchukua, wanamleta Raila ama tuseme even Gachagua, wanamfunga huku, anaenda hunger strike. Do you know what can you think about the impact of what Ruto did there with these agents coming here to Kenya and uprooting Besigye, who was just minding his own business in Nairobi. At Sijui is being charged, Sijui holding illegal firearms. Besigye himself has licensed firearms by the Ugandan authorities. Lakini walikuja wakamchukua. Only one Kenyan president. Hey, actually, this is the first time I've ever called Ruto president. Only one Kenyan person in State House has ever done that openly, kwa hadharani. The only other times that the Kenyan agencies have helped is that when the Abdullah Öcalan was taken by force by Israeli agents and Greek and the Kenyan agents and Turkish. The man who fights for the rights of the Kurdish people in Turkey. That was the only daring thing I've ever seen that has happened in terms of international arrests of a political person. But here, you think it's okay for Ruto to allow that to happen. That is only a presidential thing, to arrest Besigye in Kenya.
Eli, alafu huyu mtu si ati amekuja kugwama huku, baada atarudi Uganda. Why don't you wait?
No, the other thing also I can be able to say is the bad thing Mr. Ruto is doing is, how do you just remove all those bad things in northern Kenya? And these people will gonna acquire Kenyan passports, and they're going to travel with Kenyan's passport abroad. And you know how Al-Shabaab operates. God forbid wakifanya huko and they entered with Kenyan passport. What will happen of our passport?
I can tell you from And because of data protection, I can't say too much, but from one of the things that I do here, I get to meet a lot of these young people from the Horn of Africa, including Somali, Djibouti, no, not Djibouti, Somali, Eritrea, Ethiopia. And you find that the Somalis, the ones who call themselves people from Somalia, wengi wao ni wa Kenya hapa. Tena unajua wanasema wajui aongei Kiswahili nini ma, you know, translation services is triggered. It's this guy. Lakini mimi nawajua na wanaongea Kiswahili, but when these wazungus want to speak to them, they say no, you know, the court services, government services, whatever, health, they say no, I can't speak I can't speak English, my lugha yangu ni Kisomali. Only that. I am giving you an exceptional situation where this thing is internationalized, this national identity issue. And I am not zeroing in on Somali people only. What I'm saying is what Domi and Alex are saying, that actually, when that man spoke 2 weeks ago saying that there's no vetting of people in northern Kenya, hey, and me, I'm a very, very Pan-Africanist person. Me, I don't believe in borders. But that one there, it annoyed me because I thought, no, Apple, hiyo sasa ametujaribu kidogo. Even Somali will not allow Kenyans to just walk in. But in this particular situation, Pan-Africanism aside, you find that there are problems that have not been resolved within Somalia. And the clan situation which they have also in northern Kenya. And then you say, and you know, of course, Northeastern is the easiest place to acquire fake IDs. Unapatia tu hivi pesa haraka, unakuwa Mkenya haraka. And this man, who is so-called president of Kenya, knows all these things. So then you want us to believe that this man kuna akili timamu kwa kichwa yake. Atuya tuambie, tumekuuliza maswali 3 4 hapo, hebu tuambie, hebu defend even this thing of security impacts of ID situation.
You know, I just proved myself right. I just remained silent and let you guys speak, and I just realized how you were agreeing in choruses, and that's the nature of this channel. Even before now that I'm not speaking, the chats are silent. The moment I will begin to speak, someone will say,
bro, just answer the questions, please.
No, I remained silent. 3 verses 1, I remain silent. And you won't gag me into answering questions.
Atuya, do you think we don't go to other
channels? If you don't want to answer, why are you speaking? Okay. You keep quiet.
Atuya, we go to other
answer
channels.
The questions.
Now, the first question you raised, Domi, I come from Nyamira. Nyamira is an ODM dominated zone. You raised an issue that I'm close-minded. Do you think how many times I've heard people say that? Because I'm always a lone voice in a majority, in a group of people who want to follow chorus answers and chorus following. If tomorrow I came into this platform and said William Ruto is bad, William Ruto is silly, you, Domi, you'll call me wise. And that's not me. I have a stand. I reason. I have a mind. At your very good age, you need to understand one thing, that we always have to have two sides of an issue. You can't just call me close-minded because I don't agree with you. That's just a fact. I can't agree with you. I don't agree with you, and that is just politics. We belong to two different political sides, and I have a million reasons why I belong to where I am. So your advice was good, but not taken. Thank you. So an issue raised by Eli about I will not even speak about the killings and what that you raised, because I don't want to debate. I don't want to debate on people dying, and you want to paint me as a killer. I won't debate that one. So Eli, on the issue of the northeastern issue about cross-border, we all have those. We all have those reservations, me included, every other Kenyan included, that it's there is a likelihood that now we're gonna have infiltration from Somalia, and gonna have the bad people crossing into Kenya and acquiring our IDs and destroying us from inside. Now, that's very true. There's on the other side that we have genuine people in northern Kenya who find it very difficult to acquire IDs because of those historical issues that have been there. Now, what I want to believe is, before such a decision was made, and I'm sure William Ruto was not the first president to think of lifting that ban, there has always been deliberations. Leaders from those areas have always requested to have that lifted, but there has always been these questions: how do we ensure that we don't have those cross-border infiltration from Somalia? So those are the questions we need to raise. We can't continue discriminating Kenyans. What we need to do is to protect our borders, to ensure that we don't have those individuals crossing. I know you will say it will be impossible. I know you will say it is hard, but that is what the government must do. Guard our borders from those individuals crossing into Kenya. But you can't treat me a kissy. By the time I'm 17 or almost 18, I'm getting an ID. And someone born in Wajir, by the time he's 35, is still struggling to get an ID. So the government must treat its kids equally and protect us from the enemy. So the issue should be, how do we protect ourselves, not how do we discriminate other Kenyans. So if I reason this way, I'm supporting Ruto and I'm closed-minded. That is dumb.
Sorry. So if it's a transnational identity issue where there are Kenyan Somalis and Somalis proper, right? Why can't he do the same thing then to the couriers who live on both sides of the border, Pale Kule Isibania? Why can't he do the same with the people in Busia? Kenyans and this cross-border thing. Why can't he do it everywhere?
We have Wateso in Busia town and Wasamia. They are on both sides. And even in Bungoma, and the other.
The issue is
the vetting committees are everywhere. They are not only in north. So and they are there specifically to ensure, because they are there in the border towns, border counties. They are all that way. So the reason as to why the vetting committee is there,
this is the question now,
to ensure that we get the, but that is their person. The best way was to deal with that vetting committee to ensure that this vetting committee is doing the right thing. But disbanding it means you don't have anybody to check.
Now, there's an issue raised that why is it not happening elsewhere? Have we had insecurity issues in Tanzania-Kenya courier border? We haven't. So the issue about
you spoke about injustice to the Somalis. What makes you think that? Yeah, you say it.
The injustice is this one, that they get vetted to be Kenyans. You born Kenyan, and then you have to go through a process to prove yourself to be Kenyan. Now, that is the issue. We have Somalis who are Kenyans. That's a fact. So the issue is the fact that we have a porous border, we have people masquerading as Kenyans and are not Kenyans, and that is not an issue of Kenyan Somalis. It is an issue of the Kenyan government. You are not protecting your borders from infiltration. So I am imagine a courier in Kenya being told you have to prove that you are courier we suspect from your Tanzania.
No, actually, there is something you did not understand. You did not understand what he was saying. You did not understand what he was saying. He was saying in Busia, in Kuria, they are there, they are vetted. People are vetted there. In Bungoma, people are vetted to cross to Dili. So it is not, they are not only vetted in Northeastern, but everywhere else people are vetted. That is what he was saying. Why not disband everywhere? That is what he was, that was the question.
Okay, if that was the question, I didn't get the question. So I am not aware of the vetting in Bungoma, so I'm ill-informed to answer that then, because I was never vetted to be Kenyan. I don't have any lawyer friend who was vetted. I don't have any courier friend who was vetted to be Kenyan. So if that is happening in other regions, I am ill-fated to answer that question.
Okay, let me just tell you, I have a home in Busia, just a few meters to the border. So most of my friends there, while getting ID, they have to go through vetting. So that one normally happens. I myself, I did not acquire my ID at Busia. I acquired it my rural home district. But even my brothers, those who live at our home in Busia, before they get ID, they have to be vetted by the village elder. He has to say, yes, I know huyu ni mtoto wa fulani fulani, yes, ni Mkenya ndiapewe. So it's happening.
Oh, that happens. The one the chief has to agree.
And that's what we are saying.
That happens. That happened to me. Now, there is an extra layer that happens to those Somalis. It is not just the basic one. Go to your chief, sign that you were born here. That's not the issue.
So
there's an extra vetting that takes place that has made those people not to have IDs. If it is the kawaida ya chief, that happens everywhere. If that was the issue, then that one now that is trivializing the conversation. That is
no, it's not trivializing, because basically what we know from Ruto's behavior, we know previously they lied about how many people population-wise per area, but people are suggesting now that this is part of a new form of rigging, where now there will be some sort of landslide victory by Ruto in Northeastern province, because all these people who would be coming in, watapatiwa IDs, haraka, electoral cards, no problem. That will happen. Do you agree with that? Because, and by the way, I'm just asking the panel here, I'm not asking Atuya only, because this is what's being discussed now. This is part of, they're bringing in numbers now from different countries.
Okay, guys, let's welcome Jiru. Jiru, can you hear me? Hello, Jiru, can you hear me? Jiru seems, can you hear me? Okay. Welcome.
Yes, nakusikia. I was just allowing the discussion to go on. But kama mnataka niseme word ni sawa. I have always been seeing Atuya in the comment section. I don't know if it is today or in these days he has developed the courage to be in the screen.
No, that's a different Atuya.
Maybe I'm confusing. Ni sawa.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. I was here a few days ago, and my rhetoric was not very good, and I was not able to disseminate my points. But that one is water under the bridge to malizana na hiyo maneno. So now I can now respond to the new upcomings in Kenya. Number one is that the issues of Chebukati. The issues of Chebukati, we can only learn as living creatures now. Yes, Bwana Eli, na siku hizi nani amekufunza kupiga smile? These days your smile is becoming so good. Na Bwana Domi pale. Na wewe pia Alexio sijakuona kwa muda. Anyway, you know, when somebody dies, he has died, and tunasema tu is what can we learn from that episode? That's all we always try to say. In my community, for the last 50 years or 100 years, tumekuwa at the level of ukikufa tunakusifu. Ukikufa tunakusifu, like that has been our norm. Hata kwa hiki tumepotewa na mtu mkubwa sana, mwenda zake, hata hatujui tutakuwa tuna consort nani. But Alexia, you know how we have been behaving for so long. It has been an African culture. Like
na kama mtu kalisha kufa. Na kama mtu kalikufa.
In my culture unasikia watu wasema tunasikia tumehuzunika sana sababu ya kile tumepoteza. So yani it is praise after praise, praise after praise, and the truth of the matter, until I consulted one of my close relatives who used to be a serious speaker in funerals, because unajua kuna wale watu wa kuongea. Until now I consulted him, nikamwambia bana, leo nimesikia umeongea maneno mzuri sana ya mwenda zake. Sasa akaniambia we wachana na hiyo bwana, hiyo ni speech ile tunapeananga huko. So I did know that yeye anakuanga position hapo, hiyo ndio inakuanga kazi yake, to repeat the same speech in any place. Until it was very embarrassing in the year 1999. We had a guy, nitakuja kwa Chebukati, I'm just trying to update you. In 1999 we lost a guy who used to be a thief. Alikuwa mwizi mbaya sana, and then huyo jamaa alienda akachomwa. Jamaa alienda akatokezea kwa mkahawa ya mtu, alikuwa amelala na bibi yake, mkahawa ya mbao zingine tunaitanga magome. Magome ni hizi mbao inatoleangwa nje, unajua, wachana na hizi mbao za white. Kuna hii mbao ya nje hii ambayo inatolewa kwa back of the tree.
Naitwa magogo.
Sisi tunazita magome. Sasa hiyo mkahawa ilikuwa imejengwa na magogo, hiyo magogo sasa. So the guy went akatoa magogo 3 na akaingia. Then akatoa so it used to be an hotel, akatoa mandazi ile kuku. So as anatoa mandazi mwenyewe akaamuka, and then walianzia kukatana na panga. Until now the guy lost his life. Then after the guy lost his life, jamaa akaita usaidizi, jamaa akavutwa akapelekwa kwa barabara, because you don't want to call the police while the guy is at your premises. You know how Kenyans like to hide the evidence. So hata mtu akikuuria kwako unavutwa kwa barabara. So now sasa the owner of the hotel is there claiming that huyu mtu tumeanzia kupigana na yeye, tumeuliana hapa kwa barabara. The guy is not even saying ati tumeuliana kwa hoteli. So anasema sisi tumekatania hapa kwa barabara. Now the barrier is here. So until now, because the episode is very embarrassing, now the same mzee who used to be the engineer of praises. Sasa hiyo siku nikaanzia kuona ni kama sasa ameanzia kubadilisha lugha. He started saying, unajua hatuwezi hukumu, hatujui kuongea yake na Mwenyezi Mungu dakika ya mwisho ilikuwa gani. So hii maneno ya Chebukati sasa, hata mimi sasa nataka kusema hiyo sasa. Unajua hatuwezi jua, pengine anaweza kuwa alitubu. Bwana Alexio. So in a nutshell, it's a learning lesson that, and I want to say the next IBC chairman is marehemu in waiting. If he will not learn from this episode. if you, the deadliest, let me use that word, the deadliest job in Kenya is IBC chairman. Please, if you want to become IBC chairman, it is, you either agree that you are a dead man walking, or you do the job right. It's that simple. I don't know whether hiyo kazi ama kuna waganga wamejitolea kazi yao ni kuroga hao watu wa IBC, Bwana Alexi. I don't know kama kuna waganga yani like ni kama sasa wale waganga wa kutoka Zanzibar wale naonanga wamewekwa kwa vikingi. It looks like we have very serious witches who really want to defend Kenyans when atrocities are done. Let me tell you the reason why Chebukati elicited both praises and horror at the same time. Number one, Kenyans have been depressed by an electoral system. Remember Chebukati, I want now to become, remember Chebukati supervised an election which was rejected. And actually we went to the ballot again. So all those people, Laila team did not participate. So that one negates all the job which Chebukati did. So number one, Chebukati was not able to give Kenyans a credible election, whether in 17 or 2022. The fact that his election was rejected by the court, we agree that Chebukati was a tool of use. The same election he did in 17 is the same election he did in 22. So I do not think that in 2022, Chebukati gave us the winner. Chebukati was there to rubber stamp for higher authorities, which we don't know up to date. So let me say here, somebody might say that maybe I'm talking of propaganda or things which I don't know. I know how a credible election looks like. A credible election is usually, if you want to know an election was credible, number one is speed of relaying results. That's what always happens. In life, as long as something is done quick, even if there was thievery or thieving, we tend to believe in it. India, which is one of the largest democracies in the world, is able to finish the election within 24 hours. Within 24 hours, wanakuanga wamesahau. So, when things are done quick, speculations zinatokanga. Unaona historia ya kukalisha vitu. Even if you have the right mentality or attitude, there is suspicion. Mbona huyu mtu ananiwekea hii kitu anatakaje? Ni kama saa hii Bwana Eli utumwe mzigo yangu. I have to use this example. Mtu utumwe mzigo yangu. Mtu amekutuma maziwa, mkebe yangu ya maziwa, tunajuanga kuna mtu amekutuma mkebe yangu ya maziwa uniletee. Sasa amemwambia hii mkebe, hii maziwa enda ukipitishia Njiru. And it is on Monday. Then after 2 weeks bado hujaniletea hiyo mkebe yangu ya maziwa. Sasa tunakutana na wewe huko kwa barabara, sasa ndio unakuja unaniambia bwana, na ni kama nilituma maziwa yako lakini nitakuletea. Then hiyo mkebe uniletea after 2 weeks. What will be going in my mind? Bwana Eli, you need to respond to me on that one.
You will have I like that that you know that example. You will have suspicions instantly, and very quick. I can tell you that when I stood in the elections over here up our Zungu, the first time as an independent, I didn't even go to the counting. Sikuenda kwa sababu number one, nilijua as an independent, out of those 7 candidates, mimi ndio naenda kuwa wa mwisho. Nilijua hiyo. Lakini out of those 7 candidates, mimi ndio nilikuwa wa second last. Which means, apart from my wife, other people also voted for me. Unaona? Wazungu walipatia kura ya karibu 250. Sasa hata hawa watu sijui ni wakina nani. Na mimi sikwenda rallies. Hapa kuna rallies, hakuna rallies, no rallies, no. At you are standing there giving speeches, no. Unaenda kwa mlango, unagonga mlango, unapatia leaflets. Unagonga mlango nyingine, leaflets. Hizo flyers. So, alafu ya pili, Sasa ya pili, acha kuambia haraka. Ile nilisimama hapo 2022 May. Hiyo sasa ilikuwa ya councillor, you know, a smaller political job. But councillors here, they're taken very, very seriously compared to in Kenya. Hiyo nilisimama na with a political party, you know, the third biggest political party hapa. Hiyo pia si kuenda kwa counting. What I'm trying to say is the integrity of the counting is so swift. Even those leading candidates, they don't have to go to the counting hall. In fact, me hata sikuwa na agent. Oh no, sorry. Nilikuwa na agent. Agent wangu ni MP wetu, our own MP, Claire Anna. She was my agent, my chief agent. Na yeye alienda tu hapo hivyo akaonyesha sura yake tu hapo kwa counting hall, because of course I knew sitashinda hiyo kura. Hii kitu tulikuwa tunafanya ili generations of black people ambao watakuwa wale wanaitwa saizi tuko na Gen Z. What's the next one? Alpha wataingia kura hiyo, wataingia bure. So tulikuwa tunakuwa pioneers.
In other words, unasema you are curtain raisers.
Sisi ndio tumefungua gate. Hata wazungu wanajua. So kitu ninajaribu kusema na kusupport ndugu yangu, I did not have to go for the count. You know, this discussion we are having because Chebukati has died. But he has died without giving us answers. You know, that is what is annoying me kabisa. Atuwe jamaa amekufa at the age of 63. Na amekimbia na
ameandika mkiongea na bibi vizuri.
Nimekasirika sana.
Bibi yako na data. Mkiongea na bibi vizuri, mwambie bibi, bwana, tuambie vile mzee alikuambia kabla ya aende. There could be, all is not lost. Bibi anajua, lakini najua bibi Zakaya atarukia mara moja. Zakaya will give her something. So it is also to continue hiding.
She has already been given. She's a commissioner somewhere.
Si mnasikia sasa? Yeah. Sasa bibi atachukuliwa, firstborn atarushwa pahali. So they will become government assets. Unajua, once you're in the government, what stays in the government lives in the government. So that's how you maintain the caricature. Go ahead.
No. I just I was coming into to respond to that issue about when you gave the hypothesis of someone has sent me to bring milk to you, and the longer it takes, those 2 weeks. Hiyo hata saizi hiyo it's nothing. Hiyo hata ukicompare na elections, hiyo hata si kura. Imagine we have a law that talks about the conduct of an election, and we just can't follow that law. So hii kitu inaitwa IBC. I agree with you. What we are saying here is what Atuya will call a chorus. At in this channel, we just agree with each other.
Like agreeing with each other, but I believe we are people of different views of thinking. Anyway, what can make a point so that I can...
Let me ask a question just on that. In just a sober way, do you think the discussion you are having about Chebukati real? Is it biased? Is it exciting a certain group of political following? Is it just not
nimepata Atuya. Let me respond to you. You need Bwana Atuya, without mincing my words, Chebukati and Kivuitu are part of the people who have participated in the wrong suffering of Kenyans not getting electoral justice. We have to be clear about that, and there's no two ways about that. Since 2007, up to date, there is a guy called Isaac Hassan who actually he gave an interview some time back, and you used to hear that he used to deny, or maybe kusema sijui bila nilitangaza hivyo, but I think as part of relief he said that Raila won the election. Sijui kama ulisikia huyo Isaac Hassan akisema, there was an interview, he was interviewed somewhere, he said Raila won the election. I don't know kama mnafuata ulisikiliza hiyo?
Alikuwa, I think he did an interview.
Yeah, he did an interview, but alisema Raila won the election.
He never claimed victory for anyone. He never said Raila won.
Okay.
The interview was the interview.
After nisikie vile alisema, but let me get out of
that. He had just published a book, I think his autobiography.
Yeah. So let me explain something about electoral injustice.
Just a question, a quick question. Was 2013 elections free and fair?
It is indeterminate. It is indeterminate. Let me tell you why. Wait, no, but Atuya, don't laugh. You know, we have to.
2013 is the one where one Mr. What do you call that guy? That guy Ule Anava hearing.
Who you?
Mutunga. Mutunga. Alisoma nini yake in 5 minutes akatoka akaponyoka.
Let me explain to. I want to.
We are Rafiki ya Boniface Mwangi.
I understand, Ellie. I want to explain to Atuya something. Number one, 2013 election was shambolic. I remember. Let me tell you. I believe in data. And data, you know, there is data, and how you manifest that data. It was hopeful the way IBC data was shown to us. I remember watching nikiangalia pale kwa TV. Computer ikahang. Like niliona tu kura ya Uhuru iliingia ya Raila. So Uhuru alikuwa tu mbele kidogo. Ile tu the first bunch. Ile wanaingiza the first bunch. Then hiyo TV ilihang for 5 days. Hanging ile hakuna kitu inajiongeza, TV tu ilihang hapo tu ikahang. So what I'm trying to say is the problem which I have with Kenya and the Kenyan system, where we need to do a serious decision. Hapo ndio tunawekanga mchezo.
So
let me tell you again, kidogo bwana Otuya, the problems which
conversation.
Wacha niweke tu point utaongea. Wacha tu niweke tu kidogo. The problems which happen in Kenya, they cannot even happen in a banking system. Kule ati mnaweza uende kuanzia kutoa pesa yako, uanzie kuambia umetoa pesa ya mwenzako. I don't think even that one can happen in the KCB or Equity. Ati umeenda kutoa pesa yako, alafu ati una withdraw ya another person. Sababu ati mitambo imekinzana. But in IBC, it happens. Uliza.
Sir, is my mic on? Okay. Yeah. A quick question. So, do you believe Isaac Hassan did his work, or is another Chebukati?
Let me tell you, Kenyan election has never been done right. We have to discover how to do an election in Kenya. Bwana Otuya, and I want us, let's be truthful to ourselves. You know, this idea whereby...
Was the 202 election free and fair?
You know, the 202 election, it was not free and fair. I want to explain to you. The thing which happened is that it was a euphoric election. You know, a euphoric election, even if it is not free and fair, you don't steal. It is impossible to steal. Neither any pande moja iko too much. We have never had a free and fair election because attempts of stealing were still there, but the election was too big to leak. Like it was euphoric. Neither wezi, but unajua ni kama ile sasa unakuja yani vitu ni mingi sana yani like things are too much. Let me tell you, Moi mwenyewe wanted to steal that election, lakini for you to steal an election, you need agents everywhere. That is what happens. So Moi na kina Uhuru walikuta, they don't have even agents where they want to steal, so that you cover up.
So in a divided, so it was not a divided election. It was an election swinging on one direction. 1 minute or two, you speak. What I'm trying to tell you is an election swinging on one direction. That one you cannot institute steering. Like in this election, which is a bit divided, this election which we call close elections, like American ones, those one you can do top-ups. The election year 47, 49, that one you can do a top-up. But an election of 65, 35, people just give up. That one you give up, you cannot steal. But election year 47, 50, that is why we always say, if you are in an election, you have to defeat your opponent so much. Even if wakiamua kuleta za kuongeza, they give up. Because watajaribu kuiba, sasa numbers zikuje. That is why like the 2007, it was the most injustice, it was the greatest injustice done in Kenya because it was engineering of votes. We are sleeping with Raila with 1 million ahead. Then tukiamuka, that gap has been closed. Any person in Kenya who cannot agree that the 2007 election was an effective steering, which Kenyans don't want to agree that that election was a steal, I think we will also not be honest. But election ingine ya kina Uhuru, it was a computerized steering. What is a computerized steering? A computerized steering is where you fix variables. They knew that they are going to give Uhuru 54 and they are going to give Raila 47. So what do we do? And this one, you know, even from number analysis and the algorithm, we do an algorithm which will limit those numbers. We call it number sharing. So whatever we are having as a live data and what the computers are disseminating is different. So the computer is receiving numbers, but it is sharing them. It is making sure that the numbers which will be displayed is what we have set, because we have to set numbers. So ile kitu ilikuwa ni kura ya Raila ingepita 47%, hata tufanye nini? So then the balance inaenda kwa Uhuru. That's how you do it. So it was number engineering, na ndio ulikuwa unasikia ilikuwa inaitwa vifaranga za computer. It was not a fake name. It is the exactness of what happened. For Ruto, this is what happened. I want to explain to you. The steering of Ruto election, it was engineered through the number forging. How did they forge the numbers? They made sure that in the electoral schemes, where the ones which are receiving votes and vitu zingine, they made sure that all the numbers are not being corrected the same. That is what they ensured. So they ensured that the number could not match. So in a nutshell, without telling you, because maybe unaweza niambia sasa mimi hiyo ni porojo yangu.
Explain that. Nataka kusikia hiyo.
Hiyo ya the way they stored in 2022. So 2022, this is what happened. 2022, it was clear Ruto was losing that election. Numbers were not for him. Everything was not for him. But Ruto wanted to win that election. So what do we do? Number one is we make sure that the counties which will bring a difference, we make sure that elections in 2 or 3 counties are not done during the presidential election. I want you to understand. That is how the difference, actually the 200K, if you scientifically analyze that one. Goja kidogo.
No, I want to correct you.
I finish this. During the 2022 election, Mombasa, Kakamega, I think there was another county. Tuliletewa ballot za governor zikiwa ziko mbaya. Kuna ballot zilikuja zikiwa mbaya. So I think the election was to be done another time. But uchaguzi ya rais lazima tufanye. So what happens? At the county level, I'm not talking at national level. Nationally, people want to vote for the president. But at the county level, people want to vote both for their governor and for their president. So by design, when I hear that I'm not voting for the governor, I'm going to vote for the president. Remember, there is somebody who wants to vote for an ODM governor, You know, hizi vitu zinakuwa intertwined. I want to show you how elections are manipulated. There is somebody who will want to vote for an ODM governor, but he want to vote for a UDA president, and vice versa. It happens. You know that, Bwana Alexio. We don't. It's not all the time we vote for the same person for the same ticket. Sometimes we split. We split. There is one place you do ODM, another place you do UDA, and vice versa. So what happens if one candidate is removed? If one candidate, na ujue kuna yule mtu anaendanga kwa kura sababu anataka kupigia governor. So in the name ya kupigia governor unapigia wale wengine. Then nikuje sasa niko nyumbani nisikie hata governor apigiwe leo. Nitatoka nyumbani. So that is how Ruto ensured election suppression. That's how the election was suppressed. Sijui kama election unakumbuka kama hatukupigia governor watatu during the presidential. I don't know if you remember that. Ama ni mimi niko na porojo.
There were two governors, Mombasa and Kakamega.
Hiyo ya hatukupiga. Na ilikuwa kwa stronghold ya Raila. Where we could
yes. Just a minute. Had that been done either to Nyeri, ama Kiambu, ama Uasin Gishu, it could have been a different thing. But since it only happened to strongholds the ODM, it was actually designed to suppress the election.
So that was one way. Number two, what does that?
Can I just rebuttal that one?
Okay, you can rebut. Go ahead.
Yes. Go ahead.
Do you know that was challenged in court? The issue. I'm trying to look for that.
No. You cannot
use. Let me
answer.
Okay, let me answer.
Okay, answer.
It was brought up in court. I'm trying to look for that particular. I was reading it before. I don't know how I've lost it. It was brought up in court that there was a possible voter suppression in Mombasa and in Kakamega. But while they were curating the data, there was no evidence to show that there was voter apathy because of the missing of elections of the governors. I wish I could find that judgment, Nikusome. They did, and it was argued by that lawyer from
forget about the judgment. I know no. You also an intelligent person.
No, I'm giving my case.
I understand. I want you to give me your opinion. Give me your opinion.
You gave your case. You gave your analogy, and you gave your propaganda. I'm giving my story, and I want to use the law. That's the difference. Now, it was argued by that lawyer. I can't remember the name, but the Horia lawyer, that while they were curating the numbers from county to county, there was no evidence suggesting that because we missed the elections of the governor, it affected the presidential election. It was done comparing the turnout for senator. It was done compared to the turnout for MP. It was done because comparing to the election of a women rep, it could have not affected governorship, the presidential election only, and not affect the senator, the MP, and the women rep. So that analogy was dead on arrival, because if it affected it, if I'm going to, there are people who are going there to vote for the senator. There are people who wanted to go and vote for MP. Then it could have been more worse. So using that analogy, it doesn't hold water. That is the reason why. That is the reason why Raila Odinga.
Atuya,
you need to give
let
me
me
time.
tell you one thing.
There's
a rule for fair play. There's a rule for fair play.
I was very patient.
Fair play is key.
Yes, it's fair play. So it happened, but there was no evidence to show that it affected the presidential election. There wasn't, because if it could have affected the senator position, the MP position, even the other positions. And then there was also comparison of in terms of voter turnout in those regions that were affected versus the neighboring counties. Voter turnout actually remained uniform in places where there was no election for governor, and in places where there was election for governor and president. So while we are analyzing these things, we don't want to analyze issues from a Jaba kind of environment. Tunataka tu kusema eti unajua mazee ni juu governor hakuvotiwa. We analyze it from a very sober. I wanted to hear the analysis Njiru was giving on how the numbers were manipulated using that computer language. That is what I really wanted to hear, because I have never heard of any support of that side give me detailed information on how the election was stolen. They just say Kamago, Jose Kamago, and nobody has that detail. So Njiru, break down that how the numbers were manipulated using the computer systems.
Alex, umemaliza? You wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was just telling him this. You know, this was as per the Chebukati figures. This was a close election, and there's a rule for fair play. Even when you're playing football or any sport, there's a rule for fair play. So, if at all this was affecting, why is it that it didn't affect strongholds, the UDA? So me, I find it like there's something fishy there. And we cannot go with what the court said. Let us just be common and see exactly what will happen. Kuna watu wenye watatokelezea because governor hakuji. Yes, Domi.
I think Nini, this issue of Atuya coming to tell us all the time the court said, please, hiyo ni kelele. That is nonsense. Because the court was, they just presented a lot of injustice. Or are you, because kutuambia ati the court ilisema, are you telling us that there is no injustice in these courts? They are there. So the court is not God. So usituambie mambo ya court said, because if I gave you an example, hakuna nini yenye iko na the same IP address, but we found two results having the same IP address, which means they were made by one computer, and that one was dismissed by Nani, which everybody can see that this is wrong. Sasa usituambie mambo ya court bwana. It was just a pure injustice. Wachana nayo.
Ni sawa. That's why I was a bit careful. You know, court cannot be a reference. I agree, because you know courts are ni kama vile you cannot even use a lawyer as a reference, because unajua lawyer argument ya lawyer ni inategemeanga ana represent nani. Na in our courts where we know there is potential ya kununua mtu, again our courts are extremely biased. You know, the moment when I hand Madam's Chief Justice talking about hot air.
Wait, Njiru. There's a hand. Atuya, what do you say?
So the courts, we cannot use the courts as we cannot quote the courts as a source of truth. That is what you say. So can I use your thinking as a source of truth?
Now listen, Nani Atuya. It is about thinking critically. Yeah.
That is the question.
And mathematics.
No.
And simple mathematics. I gave you a question, Nani. Atuya, listen kwanza, nikuulize.
No,
I gave you a question. Do we have two gadgets that have the same IP address? We don't have. It does not exist. So if the court qualified two IP address, then tafadhali, that's nonsense. Wachana na koti bwana.
Okay. I wanted to explain to Atuya.
Yes, please do.
Let me handle this issue of computer data and how these things happen. In mathematically, there is something we always call backward calculation. And when I used to be a high school teacher, kitambo sana, I remember there was a time when kijana anajua equation, the answer is 6.5. The boy knows the answer is 6. I will come to a computer. The boy knows the answer is 6.5. But the boy even doesn't know the working or even where to start. Mimi sijui yeye amechungulia I think kwa neighbor hapo akaona kijana ameandika 6.5 hapo. So kijana lazima kuandika manamba zake. Anaandika manamba zake equals 6.5. So Eli amenikuta hapa. Okay, amekuja tena. So let me get away from that. That was just to break the monotony. Let me begin with the IBC register, because the IBC register, or maybe the sources of data. Let me explain the sources of data for electoral process. Number one source of data is the register, which has the names of all Kenyans as a data point. Data point 1. So every voter is a data point. So that is the register. So we have two types of registers. Bwana Alexio, you need to listen to this one because this one is key. We have two types of register. Tuko na ile register ambayo ni fake, ile ambayo ikuangi imeoshwa. You know that? Kuna ile register iko na watu wamekufa, and then you see death are remedial. So kuna wale watu wanakufanga even second week before election. Even hata hiyo siku ya kupiga kura kuna mtu atakufa hiyo siku na hata piga kura, lakini register iko imeoshwa. We need to understand that. So this is what happens. These people make these programs. So these people who make these programs wanakuanga na kitu inaitangwa expanded data and shrinked data. Expanded data na hizo data si ati wako nazo ati because ati they want to have them because their advisor anaweza waambia, can you use the expanded data? Can you use the shrinked data? No, I'm telling you this because that is how thieves operate. They need everything. So that ikifika siku ya kiyama, they employ whichever data they want. So I want Bwana Otuya to know that in Kenya, dead people vote. In Kenya, dead people vote. And now there is no proof for that. It's only there is no any Kenyan who has ever developed that courage to explain to us how the voting happened. Another thing which happens in Kenya ni historia how watu hawaendangi kupiga kura. Kuna mtu aendangi kupiga kura. Let me call them non-attendants. We are also not sure of how many people wale ambao waendangi kupiga kura, how many of them are used as top-ups to decide for the winner, because it is something which happens, and I don't want to explain to you here what happens because I have ever seen it even happening in the polling stations, whereby uchaguzi imeisha and they start doing wale watu wako kuja namna hii. I'm telling you because I'm Alexio J is hizo allegation, but there are things which are true. Umesikia kwa polling station watu ambao hawakukuja kupiga kura wanaanzia kukua ruled. Unaanzia kukua ruled.
Inafanyika kila mahali kwa hii nchi ya Kenya. Every candidate has that.
Yeah, so those are the things which happen. So what happens is that now those are now the sources of our data sasa. That is why ni ngumu sana. So ukienda kwa ile kitu tunaita KIMS immediately this is what happens because unajua data ukuja data is transported in patches. That is what we all say, patches. So data haikujangi the same time. So data iwezi enda yote at the same time. This is what happens. At the time of kufunga polling station pale, and what because unajua walikuwa wametuambia kwa hii KIMS yao. That's why I want to tell you this KIMS is a scandal. Hii KIMS yao walikuwa wametuambia it will be updating data live, that after maybe every 1 hour you can be able to be locating the percentage of votes in maybe a certain polling station hapo, and maybe kwa ile the big screen kule Nairobi, we could also, after mtu ameingizwa kwa KIMS, inakuwa update kule Nairobi, and we can be able to have that corrected data in real time. It was impossible. Now, immediately after the election of 2022, kama mnakumbuka, the number which was in the KIMS, the last number in the KIMS was 57. How many had that?
I had that.
The last number, immediately, because through the computer system can actually determine the last voter. You know that the computer can determine. The computer can, because inatumia time. So yule mtu amepiga kura mtu wa mwisho Kenya mzima, because that's how you set the software. So the software is able to determine the last number, and then so because unajua pale kwa algorithm unaiambia tu determine when n is equals to last, then give us percentage. Otherwise, in a loop too, it's easier to do in a software. So the software is able to determine the last voter. That's what I'm trying to say. So computer can determine the last voter, then we peg our data there. But how is the algorithm? This is how the algorithm, and I want Bwana Tuya Takia to tete. This is how the algorithm was made. So the algorithm does not behave. That's now a natural algorithm. So a natural algorithm is supposed to reason with the last. But algorithm haiko hivyo. The algorithm is reasoning with the Turing. So such that 1 hour after closing the polling station, they came to revise that number. Sijui kama mnakumbuka, inakaa watu hawakumbuki. Unajua na wakumbusha hii maneno. Tulikuja sasa tukaambiwa sasa the number has now been updated to sijui 73 ama 70 ngapi. After tumepewa 57, tulikuja tukapewa 73. Tena. I don't know.
57, 73?
No, 57 was the first number of
what?
Of percentage of the voter turnout. Turnout was 57. The first number reported after the last voter. Tuliambua 57. In fact, hata tukaanzia kuambua hata Wakenya wakutokezea sijui nini, which was true juu hata tulikuwa tunaonyesha malaini by the watu hawakuwa. But finally hiyo number ilikuja ikakuwa updated to 73. How that number changed to 73 up to today, it has never been proven. So that one is what we call software editing. So the software was edited, they reasoned with another number. So there was number punching, and it is possible. In the software, you can do that. The algorithm too naendanga, you can change the equation very easily. So those are not things which we are saying that they cannot do. Yule jamaa ana control vitu pale.
Was that not in 2017, or it was in 2022 as well?
I'm talking 2022. Mimi naongea story ya 2022.
That was 2022.
2022.
So a quick question.
Sija kumalizia, nilikuwa nataka kuombea mchezo yote.
Sitaki kuwe lecture. Nataka tu
si ati nitakuwa lecture. Wewe umesema nikuelezee. Sasa nataka kukufikisha bomba. Nataka kukufikisha bomba sasa kule mchele nipikwa kabisa pilau na ikaiva.
Utanipoteza. You are a teacher. A student raises his hand, you answer the question as we proceed.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to get the total turnout ndaipata before long. You say there was software manipulation. So the number jumped from 56 to 73. So that difference, it means that someone actually did send out, did vote using I don't know, like the difference. You want to mean it was manipulated until even the forms, the number of people who turned up changed. I don't know if I'm making sense.
Bwana Atuya, when you are doing election rigging, there is something we call backward calculation. You can always those people are usually under task reported. Kuna kuanga na watu wanawapeanga namba hii polling station kura ni 771 ya yule mtu ana shida. Hii polling station kura ni 800. Watu wanapeangwa namba yao. Unajua, I don't know why Atuya you want me to start explaining vile. Ama bwana nani hapa amewahi kuwa PO? Presiding officer. Sima presiding officer, kuna majamu wanakujanga hapo wanawaambia na kura hapa isiende chini ya 800. Bwana Rex, I don't know if you sijui those people wanapigwa hata masimu, wanaambiwa wewe, and in whatever happens, hata watu wakikuja 200 huko tunataka form ikuwe na 800.
I think what you need to let Atuya know is any election that does not results that are not coming in fast and precise, hiyo iko na ukarabati. We saw even in 202 tulipiga kura by ujioni usiku tulikuwa tumejua who is the winner. So hii mambo ya kukaa 5 days, hiyo ni ukarabati.
It is our systems. Okay, Alexo, explain to me how presidential elections are tallied.
Presidential election in Kenya?
Yes.
First of all, when the election is closed, after closing the election, the polling station at 6, I'm very sure presidential election was now counted by 9. Each and every polling station knows how many presidential, the results of the presidential election. Each and every polling station by 9. So if you are supposed to get the winner countrywide, by Sasita, we should be able to know who has won the elections for the presidency.
Thank you. That is it. In fact, Kenya, 3 hours are enough.
Another question to Alexo. Can IBC declare a president-elect by the number of votes projected on the system?
Yes, as long as we have those results, they can declare. What
That's not the process. The process in Kenya says that the constituency elections results, physical forms, must be presented to Bomas, verified by the 2 parties or the 3 parties, so that they can be tallied.
Hiyo ndio wizi mali inaingilia.
So that is our law. That is not IBC. That is how we structured our elections.
I don't agree with that. As long as the elections,
nobody agrees. Nobody agrees. Even me, I even want to vote by phone.
As long as the results are there at the constituency level. But remember, you've been asked a question here. How is it that Chebukati only gave us the results per county instead of the constituency?
No, constituency results were being tallied at Bomas.
No, but on the portal, it's the results as per the constituency, not as per the county.
But the forms, I don't know, are they form 34C? You can, 34A. From each and every constituency, they are present. So if you want to tally, you can go pick them and tally.
No.
And then we have the physical. Form 34, I think. C. You can tell me if I'm getting it.
You know, most of the counting officers returning officers at the constituency level did not agree with what Chebukati was doing because he put his own figures.
Now that was also, it was not an evidence in court. No PO, no returning officer said that the results, that was a question from, I think, was it Smoking Wanzala or who, that do you have a case example that Chebukati announced at Bomas that the PO, the returning officer at the constituency says they are different? Can you provide 2 forms saying that what Chebukati announced and what was announced at the constituency are different? There was no single form. But there is this Kasumba trying to find a way to say it was stolen, but there was no evidence. But I wanted to get what Njiru was saying, because that is something they keep alluding to that I want to get to understand. Because I myself I'm into ICT, and I want to know what is it that I'm not understanding. How is it that if the KIMS kit How did they manipulate? Like that KIMS kit must recognize a biometric for it to register or to recognize this is a voter. So how did they manage to increase the number from 56 to 76 using which biometrics?
Bwana Atuya, anything is possible in Kenya. The problem
So
which
that is because I heard that you know some you into technology, and that is what I wanted to explain to me. How is it possible that?
Let me explain how it is possible.
Yes.
You know very well that all these gadgets responds to an algorithm. Every gadget responds to an algorithm. So whether it's a signal or a processor, there must be an algorithm, and the algorithm is subject to manipulation, either online or in whichever form, depending as the person who engineered it. So it is subject to manipulation, depending with what you want. So in other words, it's not on all the time that the algorithm is natural. The only time when the algorithm is natural is where you allow the user to design his own access, and then even you as the designer, you cannot be able to access that system after him unless you use hackers. But there is a possibility that there are some people in Kenya who are learning a parallel system inside the IBC. There are people who are running inside, like they are keen, they are monitoring that data. And that one, let's not assume that we don't have such people who are able to access that system when I own a computer and they are able to know. You know, we call them, you know, these data engineers, they have a way of, they know what they want. Let me tell you, kidogo bwana Atuya utaongea. The number which Ruto got was not determined that day. The 7.1, kidogo.
Okay. What
7.1
I want us to analyze the numbers. I want us to analyze the numbers clearly. What you giving a good analogy that there might be system interference. Now, I want to bring you home. The results that were used to announce the presidential results were physical form. Are they Form 34C from the constituencies? I might be wrong on that.
Yeah, they are.
Now, let me tell you why. Let me explain why. Let me explain why.
I want to ask you a question. Kidogo Atuya, hata mimi utaniruhusu nikuulize swali.
Let me ask you.
Wacha nikuulize ili uniulize pamoja. Nikuulize, can we have Form 37? You unaita Form 37. Hiyo form unasema, can we have fake forms from elsewhere? Na zinawekwa kwa system. Is it possible for that to happen?
True.
Okay, go ahead.
You can hack a system and do that. Now, let me tell you where that argument is lost. Now, at IBC, at the final tallying center, all returning officers from constituencies came with physical forms signed by all agents from those areas. Now,
okay, how true are you?
Let me tell you, there was no single form that was debated that I, as a returning officer, what I've heard being read at Bomas is not what I signed. That is one. Number two, if we tally the total number of votes that were sent by Form 34A into the system, compare them to what the physical Form 34C that was brought to Bomas, all those were tallying, they looked equal. Now, if there was system interference, it could have been on the portal. We have a bigger number, but on the physical forms that are assigned, no returning officer claimed that what I signed from Bondo that Raila has 700,000, and at Bomas they are reading 500. no single returning officer. And remember, at that time they had the protection of government. Nobody could fear nothing for that. So the possibility of these elections being stolen via the system could have happened if we didn't have physical forms tallying. That is my argument. So I want you to show me how the forms in the system affected the physical forms. And again, the forms in the system tally to what is in the physical form. So where was the theft?
Eddie?
Me personally, I don't dwell on the numbers. All I know is that we have a bandit electoral system, which is preordained. I don't know which countries have the interests of manipulating the elections from the word go, but most of the elections are manipulated by foreign interests. But when you have even this paperwork that you're talking about, these ballot papers, all this, hizi maneno mnaongea hapo za makaratasi, those papers they're not even printed in Kenya. This is now one of our big problems. Procurement. Okay. So when we are speaking about my brother Njiru and Atuya, what we might do better in the future, we really need to organize ourselves. Does Kenya need to procure ballot papers from abroad? Honestly. And it's not only Kenya. Many African countries have fallen into the same problem, where ballot papers are printed abroad, mostly in Western countries, Germany, or now even some Eastern European countries, because they're much cheaper there. But my question from your discussion there, guys, is this: how can the naming of the winner of a presidential election be undisputed when you have someone like an agent, say for example Dennis Itumbi? What he was doing basically was the so-called exit polls that they were announcing. I remember Dennis Itumbi was at some point appearing on YouTube and even on TV. Basically, the mainstream showed pictures of him updating Kenyans about the real results. And I think that was fundamentally wrong. And I know that even Azimio, they had their own office there where the exit polls and all manner of counting was being done. Those two machines, those two sites conducting this business, I know it was a competition, but they somehow made it official in their own way. Both of them believed that their numbers was official. So that goes to show you that both sides, even though one side is being supported by the IEBC, but both sides did not sufficiently trust the IEBC. But already we know that the IEBC was divided. But I think one of the reforms now that we need to have is when we have someone like Dennis Itumbi, basically standing there and telling Kenyans these are the results. He was making all these fishy calculations, and if you in many countries that person will be going to jail straight away to jail or something. But this is the norm in Kenya, so I think that is one of the things that, and in fact, this was not even mentioned in the court cases, the conduct of Dennis Itumbi. I don't know why, because what he was basically doing was breaching democracy, because people have woken up early, some people had to leave their hospital beds to go and vote. And there is a nutcase who then projects some figures that are going to be disputed anyway. And he was thoroughly saying that these are the results, preparing people psychologically. And that's what happened. So I think that while we're looking at all these problems, we have to, if we're going to continue having elections, if me, I threw my elector's card, but meaning tupa. You see me with a gray beard here, but this was my first and last election, the Kenyan election. I don't know what will convince me, Bwana Njiru or Atuya, to participate in voting again in Kenya. I just don't know. So we have to, while we're discussing these issues, what happened and so on, we have to look for a solution to this problem, because this is a big problem. Because how can you imagine a country like Kenya na tuko na Webuye paper mills huko, sijui kama bado inaendelea ile ama sijui siku hizi makaratasi tunatoa wapi? Ati lazima tu bado iko ama it died?
It died a long time ago.
Webuye paper mills. Wow. So makaratasi tunatoa wapi sasa?
We are importing them.
Are you joking?
Yeah, that's the truth.
So, okay. It's no wonder, okay, our election papers are being imported as well. Even examination papers, it is a KCSE's genie. Imagine, you ni ujinga mtupu. This is why we need someone like, Traore. Traore is reversing all those things, he's reversing. Ameweka reverse gear, anasema pana. Hii ndio saizi vile tunaenda kuanzisha hii nchi yetu. We start afresh. You know, a lot of those West African countries, I saw people chatting there in the chat there about the way Samuel Doe took over in Liberia, and he butchered all the cabinet ministers of the previous government. And then when the Doe's term was completely destroyed by a military, sorry, not a military coup, but a civil war by Johnson, Prince Johnson, they did the same to him. Now you look at Traore, Ibrahim Traore. Hakuna mtu ameumiza. Huyo jamaa tangu achukue usukani wamemjaribu kumuua mara 5. That is why he's well protected. Lakini hakuchukua wale former ministers ati shooting them like this. Aliwanyang'anya magari, bank accounts zilifungwa. Hakuna any ministers ambayo could have run away, sijui anaenda exile, no. Alisema ukitaka kutoroka, kwanza tuone bank accounts zako, tuone ni gani umeiba pesa ya nini, sijui blah blah blah. So what I'm saying is that we need to think please, and the people in public office, we dare ask this question: why should we buy ballot papers from abroad? Why? Honestly.
Yeah, because we are not serious. You hata siki tunafaa kuwa tukiongea ati kutafuta ballot paper. Just like the same thing ele unasikianga tukisema ati hata toothpick ni made in China. These are all these are 3 products. Three products. Toothpick.
The reason we import those papers, it's because of the mistrust among us as Kenyans. It is us Kenyans who designed it that way, that that electoral paper has got so many security features that we didn't even have the trust to allow Njiru to manufacture them downtown at Tulete bombers. So we believe that somebody in UK will do it. It was out of suspicion. That's why all those, that's why that one ballot paper cost a lot. That's why it's because of our own mistrust among us Kenyans. That's why we all agreed, or the elite agreed, that let those papers be printed outside Kenya.
Okay,
you can
to
go.
solve that. Okay, to solve that problem, and this is a song I'm singing every single day. One of the ways we can solve that problem, but someone told me off the other day, I keep suggesting that the presidential system is a nonsense. That has to change, you know, because now hawa watu wote ambao wanataka kuwa rais, they're looking at the price. Yani, this thing is something so special to them. Yeah. In fact, they want it. They want to spend money so that they become a president, and that is why right now, like during Moi's time, if you want money and you have a say in your constituency, in your area, you can just go and see Ruto and anakutupia pesa hivi. We need a very modest presidency, you know, something which is near ceremonial or completely ceremonial, and then we have a parliamentary system of government. That one will solve these problems, including this one of elections. I'm not joking. We will have solved this problem vibaya kabisa, mpaka nafikiri people will not even want to be president. Naye ataka kuwa ceremonial president. So the prime minister or whoever runs the government after they have been chosen by a solid majority party in parliament, or whichever way they can adjust that constitution, it will be a very, very meaningful thing. Because even if you look at the likes of Tanzania, Rwanda, those countries, they have prime ministers, but still an executive presidency. But he akina Tanzania, in Rwanda, is because their populations are suppressed and oppressed, but the Kenyan population, they're too much awake. They wouldn't take that nonsense of. So that's why Kenyans are constantly, you know, demanding a soft presidency where it is not too powerful. You know, how can you wake up one morning and you say, "Ati, I'm going to make Ali Hassan Joho a cabinet minister"? Who told you so? You know, Ati Joho, out of all people in Coast Province, you decided to choose Joho to become a cabinet minister. You know, you took a guy from Kiambu whose track record in terms of zile ma-aspirants ni kama ya Joho. Ukaeka ASG ICT cabinet minister. We will have a different situation if it is an executive that is run through powers of parliament. And I'm talking about a parliament that is not captured. This is a parliament where it's a parliamentary democracy that runs the show, you know, not a presidential system. And that's why they killed Professor Mbai, because when the devolution committee was discussing which way Kenya should go, he was one of the champions of a parliamentary system of government. And this parliamentary system of government, in the modern sense of the word, it's like Pakistan, for example. They have a prime minister who is powerful. They have their own problems, by the way, in Pakistan. Israelis, they have their own problems. Those are not perfect examples. But if you look at Britain, for example, which for some weird reasons calls itself the mother of all parliaments. The head of state is the king. He is not allowed to feature anywhere near politics. Never. Akiongea tu hivi ati anything political, the newspapers will be at his neck or on his neck. That king of England, of the British, because the constitution has only allowed a prime minister who is a member of a cabinet, and the only thing he has in excess in that parliament, in that cabinet, is the title of first amongst equals. So in that cabinet, everybody is the same, but you are number one. That's how the British system of governance works. And I'm not saying that we copy and paste, because what we've done is we've copied and pasted the American system. But we have to do this here conducive to our own environment. So I wanted to just open it a little bit beyond the arithmetic and the ICT way of discussing this thing about the elections. Because the fact is, for as long as we have a powerful presidency, we are going to have these problems. Forever. It doesn't matter whether it was Raila who took over or Ruto, we were still going to have this problem. And so I think that the next election of 2027, if it happens in 2027, the same problems will arise. Me, I would beg that we have. Actually, I'm really shocked for what Alexio said that we don't have a company or a factory that manufactures makaratasi. Yani nimekuwa shocked. Are you serious? Are you really serious? Because there has to be something. Because in just 2 seconds, in what country is that in West Africa next to Senegal? Gambia. In Gambia, they had this man. He was like a god. Yaya Jammeh. I don't know if you guys can remember him. And one day, the people of Gambia just said they had had enough. I think Yaya Jammeh is living in Ivory Coast or somewhere in exile. Yaya Jammeh is the one where when people with HIV, they would go and he has extraordinary spiritual powers, and they go and see him in State House and he treats them. Yeah, alikuwa tu kama Pastor Nganga lakini ya Waislam. Now, when Jammeh was removed from power, the Gambians decided to vote using things that look like pebbles or these stones that are used in the game of Bao. And they used the accounting method using those stones. Some people might say it sounds primitive, but it was an exercise that got them an electoral result which was stable. There was high integrity in it. There was no RTCG waiting for 2 weeks for results. There was no nonsense RTCG zile za Tarakaniki, anything that you're waiting because you have to wait for the results from Tarakaniki. But why are we saying that we don't trust each other, that we can't do such things? Because Atuya, you're sitting there, you're saying that we don't trust each other. So how long are we going to say that we don't trust each other as Kenyans now is the reason why we need to have an expensive ballot paper? An expensive ballot paper is business for a public servant. Those procurement things, people are lobbying out there. They go to these factories in Europe, a few civil servants and politicians, and there's big checks that are exchanging hands. So those are the things that Kenyans should be. That's why me personally, And I don't care. Me, I can say that this one in front of Ruto. I would have someone like Ibrahim Traore, like yesterday. Because actually, some of the African countries, that's how they have changed. We don't want actually someone to storm into the streets and it starts to be military leader starts shooting people. But when a country is politically unstable, there has to be a leader who will come out of the woodworks. And this will happen if this leader, politicians from both sides keep messing around with Kenyans. It will happen. It will happen. Even Kinaruto knows it will happen. So if they want to stop this kind of thing happening, they need to be starting to respect wananchi and say enough is enough. Now he's waiting for, he's waiting for Nani, huyu anaitwa Justin Muturi to be. He's going to fire Justin Muturi very soon. Alafu once Justin Muturi has been fired, he'll put Raila Odinga there somewhere, and then someone else, the cabinet will move around like this. That other person will take Justin Muturi's seat. And once Raila is in, William Ruto thinks now that his government is very stable. But actually, Raila Odinga amekula watu wangapi ndani ya serikali yao akaimaliza? Si aliingia kwa ya Moi, alafu si Rainbow Coalition si walitoka kina Saitoti wote eh? And so we are very, very happy that that's what he's going to do. Personally, me, I'm happy because if he appoints Raila Odinga, it means sasa serikali hii imekwisha kabisa. Because I'm telling you, Raila is going to undermine that government. Like there's like even ile ya Kibaki afadhali, ile ya Moi. Personally, I believe that afanye tu hivyo, sisi tuwe tu tunangoja tu tuone vile, kwa sababu kina Gachagua watakuwa hapo watasema hey, what is going on here? The momentum that is coming in this match, I think that it's going to be very exciting. Hatuya utarudi hapa ukisema ati sisi huwa tunasikia tu maneno yetu hapa. Hatuya utarudi hapa. By the way, Hatuya wewe ushatoka kwa nini ya Ruto, hii government ya Ruto. Ninakuona tu ukikimbia umetoka. Umechoka na hiyo serikali. Unaogopa tu kusema kwa sababu nyinyi mnatumwa huku kwa mtandao. Mjue vile watu wanasema. Lakini mnaogopa. Mnaogopa kabisa. You are a young person, but you should be in this, the young people of last year. So you are saying that those young people they went to parliament at Kuchoma parliament. So imagine you saying that proudly when you know in that parliament kuna watu walikuwa na shoot, hata kuna MPs pia walikuwa they were with their guns ready. That's why they don't want a commission of inquiry. Because even politicians were involved. So Hatuya, me, I can see you coming back to the fold and criticizing this useless government. Because the only reason why you can't do that is because you're afraid. You think you'll be abducted. You will abduct you. Ongea, kuna watu hata wameshakuwa abducted wakarudi hapa wakaongea hapa tu.
No, fact is I work for no one. It happens that I was part of the youth grouping that we were working for UDA, and I still believe in what we promised Kenyans. I'll guarantee you that I'm not afraid of anything. I tweet where the government is wrong. I talk, but what what I hate, it is what, who was he? Was he Domi trying to force me to do? That's what I don't do. I make decisions alone. I make decisions because I have analyzed the situation, and I'm not even afraid to say I was supporting the finance bill, not because I want myself to be taxed, but because I saw there was an opportunity for something to happen in this country. Someone else saw it. Yeah, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. And I will say it that there was an opportunity, but someone else saw it as something bad, and the other side won, and that is democracy. Why should I be forced to hate what I believe in? When is believing in housing a bad thing? Is believing in universal health care a bad thing?
Which housing? When even Alice Wahome said the other day something quite shocking. Him mnapendaga mchezo.
Okay, okay, there is that. You know, I'm sorry, I believe that we are doing housing, and I know where we are building physical houses, and I know that I'm also even in the platform.
Okay, Atuya, before
Yes.
you proceed, just address, can you address ourselves to what Alice Wahome is saying about that housing?
What did she say? I need to be factual. Like, I need, okay. I don't know what she said. That can tell you. I'm not working for anyone. I'm not working for anyone. I'm not working for anyone.
Don't embarrass him. Just tell him what Alice Wahome said.
No, I'm not going to tell him. Let me look for that
for that video. Now listen, that is not embarrassment. That is not being embarrassed. I am not working for anyone. If I was working for anyone, I could come here prepared with everything. So if there's something Alice Wahome said and I didn't know, I accept I didn't know. That's not being embarrassed. That is the mentality of this side. That you need to win an argument. Tell me what he said. If I have information about it, I will say no if I don't. So telling me doesn't mean you're embarrassing me. What did she say?
No, I'll let the chair tell you the
if you don't want to say it, well and good. Me, I believe in the whatever I believe in, and I believe it's true.
Your mama, you say that you support the housing project and all that. And she was sitting in front of a committee, and she said, pronounced it very, very well. She articulated it as a government policy that hizo nyumba, what they're doing, become a rent. Haya, ya pili alisema is like a form of taxation. Ya tatu alisema ukitaka ownership takuchukua 30 years minimum.
That's true.
Goja. Na ukitaka sasa kununua, umalize kununua before the 30 years, hiyo pia ni sawa. Gava itakuwa na profit. The three things that she said solidly were different from what the principal secretary of housing was saying in the last 2 years.
I even
people are going to compete for houses as a matter of social bracket that you're in. There was going to be an assessment situation of affordability, and you may purchase the house. The kind of rhetoric that was being pushed to the public by William Ruto is different from what Alice Wahome said this week.
So I think I even thought you guys had something very, very, very big about it. So
I've already shared the link with you. You can just read it.
I've seen the link.
Ebu put that video, we see it if you have it.
Okay, let me find it.
Because as you find it, I don't think there's anything new. She said that is actually factual. I've been paying rent in Nairobi now 15 years. The houses that I've been paying rent to, I've never owned them. So if I had a scheme that I'm paying for 30 years, by 15 years now, I will be halfway. If I had the capability to pay much higher, maybe I could be 3/4 done paying it.
But do you know who the government is selling these houses to already?
Now that is Madam said that the government is selling to particular people.
No, it is known that some Indian companies are buying.
Indian companies.
Yes.
Now that is hearsay. I've heard it from even individuals who are my friends telling me that.
Somalis and Indians. I don't want to attack them, but that's what people are saying.
That is hearsay. That is hearsay, and that is now political propaganda. But the truth is, whatever she said, I don't think there is anything wrong about it. How many years?
I'm saying social isn't social.
Isn't social, yeah.
Affordable. I have an whole conversation about affordable, but I'm saying social isn't social. Social should be to cater for at that moment when you're not able to.
Should be
I can
decent
get in
housing
there,
for that bracket.
get into a decent house. I am paying rent, but I'm not owning the house. It's owned by the housing fund. It's owned by National Housing Corporation, whoever. It's owned by government. It's social housing for its people. When I can afford to start getting into the journey of purchasing a home, I'll apply and go to affordable housing. But for this time, when I am unable, right? I am moving from a house where I've been struggling to pay 600 bob to 1,000 bob to 2,000, whatever amount, but I want a decent home with my family. And I go into this country that cares for its social protection. Put me in a decent two-bedroom house.
The number
I will
of
pay
people.
rent. I don't have to own this home.
There has to be a beginning, Eric, and we must be practical. And we know we are Kenyans. We must understand that if for example, it is open to everybody who requires a decent houses, a house that I must give them at the rate of 3,000, for example, per month, then it means I will not even start the construction. I will not even start the release of those houses, because it will even be a problem as who do you choose and who do you not choose.
You must not sell the house.
I must not sell.
Yeah.
We are not selling. We are giving you the house. You are owning the house to live in.
So I'm buying the house.
Rent to own is still to own. It's still a purchase.
You're selling me
right?
the house.
Of course, there is
even the one. If
you look at that studio, Eric, the interest rate, for example, is really a management fee. You would say administration fee of 3%. The affordable, the interest rate is 5%. Then the market one is 9%. Where will you get those kind of arrangements without the government coming on board? So therefore, if you tell me that I must give everybody who needs the house, because majority of Kenyans actually require that house, I give them 3-bedroom, then we will have to rethink of how much then we are putting into this kitty so that I can provide. My wish would be to provide a space that could be 2 to 3 bedrooms. But you know what, Eric? That is not practical right now with the fund that I have.
Could the apprehension that he's speaking about also just be one of the reasons why there's a little bit of fear? It almost sounds like everything you're explaining that he's asking, it doesn't seem like people have a full grasp of what the projected kind of like timeline and rollout looks like.
The timeline is 30 years. Whatever house you pick, the payment period is 30 years. There is no confusion about that. If you can pay in less period than that, you are most welcome. Your fortunes could also change. Your life, income could also change. And you might find that I started social. Down the line, we can upgrade. You can upgrade to affordable or to market.
Okay.
Using the same, this particular house, the beginning.
Right. Say I'm
So what is embarrassing about that, or what is wrong about that? You're on mute, Alexa.
That's not the whole statement on what you talked. There's somewhere that he talked about the money not being a saving as the way it was projected because it was supposed to.
That changed after the people rejected it. Remember, you were supposed to save, you were supposed to be deducted until a certain point, and then you can request your money back. But Kenyans denied that. It was reduced from 3% to 1.5%, and it was made now a tax and not a saving. And that is not there. So the issue is it's the lack of information about these things. That has been there. The issue about you getting your money back was removed way back from the date it was removed from 3% to 1.5%.
Okay, there's a statement that he said something which was not good about that. It was just something out of this place, weird. I'll find that one and I'll play maybe in the next.
Are you in Kenya?
Why are you asking? Yes, I'm in Kenya.
I wanted to ask, how long does it take the people outside Kenya? How many years do they pay their mortgages for? That's what I wanted to know. Because in the Kenyan market, if you want to buy a house currently, the maximum number of years you can pay your mortgage is 15 years. So if you want somebody in Mukuru Kwanjenga to pay for a house for 15 years, he or she can't. But that person has been living in Nairobi paying rent maybe 3,000 or 4,000 for the rest of his life. Some people have lived in Nairobi more than 40 years. So if we had that opportunity, instead of paying not to own, but now pay to own, if your kid can take over and continue to pay and own the house, how bad is that?
I think all these programs that Ruto brought, they are shrouded in mystery. So I don't trust them.
It is just the issue of the reason why you don't trust them. It's because you don't trust the person selling them, the person with the idea. That is it. Because
I'll just leave it at there because I don't trust the person and I don't trust the program.
I've been paying rent. I've been paying rent in Nairobi for more than 15 years. I've been paying rent for more than 15 years. I want to ask you, if I was paying the amount that I'm paying to own a house, I could be maybe halfway now. If things still remain the way they are, I'm probably gonna rent for another 15 years in Nairobi. So if I pay to own a house, then it's a better option than to pay rent and not to own.
Okay, can we have our closing remarks as we close?
I don't have much to say. I just want to say that I have enjoyed being on the show. I will die with my political ideology. I will live to preach the gospel of William Ruto until 2027. After that, I'll make another political decision. But as for now, I have 5 years that we promised Kenyans we have to deliver. And if he delivers 70% to 60 to 70% of what we promised, then we deserve a chance to be given another 5 years to complete. Eli was speaking about Raila coming into government and to rock government from within. That's a very clear possibility. But I don't see Raila becoming a CS. I don't think he can lower himself into becoming a CS or even a prime CS. that's too low for him. The only thing he can push for is a co-presidency, a ceremonial position. He is not in government. He has an office. He has calls. He has powers, but not in government. That's probably what he can do. And I want to remind anyone who thinks that we don't know who Raila Odinga is. We know Raila Odinga in and out. He will come into government. We will know how to handle him. We will know how to walk around him until that time comes. We know how we outmaneuvered government plus opposition in the last election. We cannot fail, or we cannot be defeated now that we are in government. We cannot be politically outmaneuvered. So anyone who thinks that Raila is going to come and rock the boat and do things that it's not going to happen. So with those very many remarks and with the very ugly comments, the chat, I just want to say good morning from Kenya. And Alexio, I don't think you are around. And good evening or good night where you are. And you resemble my cousin. You are on mute.
I resemble your cousin. Maybe I'm okay. Maybe our father is the same. I don't know. Maybe maybe you're sharing a father.
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah, it's possible. So I would like just to tell all the people who have been on the show for this night, appreciate you so much. Those people in the comment section, I really appreciate your comments and let them keep them coming. Although the likes are very down, but I'd like you also to like the video. And what I'll leave you guys is the word integrity. Integrity is doing something when nobody's watching. So let's be people of integrity. Let's just do the right thing when nobody's watching. Our Maker is watching. And thank you, and have a good morning, good night, wherever you are, and let's meet in another show. Bye-bye.
Good night.